Alright. Was good, was good. Going on a 15-hour road trip soon. Your story's gonna get me through. I got you, bro. I will save the day. Since I popped in for live. Good to see you, Salad. What's crappinin'? Everybody's name is... I think they're like permanently just keeping the ats. Like everybody's at is just kind of like that. And I don't know. I don't think there's anything I can do to change it. Currently have the stomach flu. I'm sorry. Did you eat some bad sushi from the gassy station? Detroiters. What are we talking about in this stream today? Anything you want. We can say words out of my mouth, and I'll just frickin' say it. It's been too long since I've been to stream. Hello. How am I doing? I'm good, honestly. It's getting very dark, very early, and honestly, I'm pretty ambivalent towards it. I know it's, not the greatest for some people, but I'm kind of in that phase of my life where time is just flowing by, and that's okay. I don't know. Sometimes too much sun can be a bit much, you know what I mean? So a solid 2 hours of sun is just perfect. The perfect amount of sun. 30 minutes. I just learned the same guy who voiced Wolverine in the 90s also voiced the viewer beware. You're in for a scare. Oh, that's crazy. That's Steve Bloom? Bloom, right? Is it Steve Bloom? Also, I should probably post. You guys want to say cheese in the chat? Say cheese and die. And I will post it on my Instagram story. Say Cheesington. Not Steve Bloom, but Cal Dodd. Oh, okay. What's up, Derek? I was thinking the Wolverine from back in the day. I know Steve Bloom. I think he did the more recent Wolverine in Marvel Rivals. So I figured it was just like some continuation of that. I'm a FedEx driver. I love listening to your stories all day. Thank you. Thank you for delivering our very important packages. I needed that butt plug ASAP. Alright, we're up. We're going up. We're going live. Live. Right meow. Right the frick meow. Posted. Let's go. W Man's helped me sleep. About to watch your vid now. Thanks, friend. Yeah, get some sleep. Sleep is the key to sanity. It's the key to rest. It's the key to keep going. Don't have any tattoos, just on my lower back. But you already know that. You already know what it is. Anyways, guys, thanks for being here. Click like, click share. We got law enforcement stories today. Should be interesting. The fuzz. I call it the fuzz because I'm involved in criminal activity. Whenever the Joker tells me to do something, I say, "Hey, boss, it's the fuzz." And he's like, "What the fuck? You guys are supposed to be looking out for the fuzz." Sorry, boss. I was jerking off in the corner. You call them 12. Because they're literally 12 years old. The way they act. Right, guys? Hopefully I can stay for the entire live. I'm on night shift tonight, so I'm going to be busy. No worries. What's night shift encompass? Catching ghosts. Putting them in your net. Bring them in for processing. It's 3 a.m. here in the UK. I need to sleep, but Scary Story is going to help so I can hook Salone. It's true. I don't know how much the live stream will help, but in a short while here, we shall kick it off. What's new, guys? What's new in the world? Anything exciting or cool happened to your weekend or in the grander scheme of whatever the fuck? Yeah, sorry I missed my the last stream. I was gonna stream Wednesday, but the power, like a downed tree knocked off a power line, and then there was a live wire literally like right in front of my house, and it caught a tree on fire, which was kind of crazy. Thankfully I wasn't home or whatever. I probably wouldn't have went and tried to pick it up. Would have solved the issue myself. But basically the power went out probably closer to like 8 p.m. and then by the time I got back it was like still out. So I had to like chill with friends for a while till emergency services left and cleared the downed like the live wire or whatever. But then the power wasn't up until like 2 p.m. the next day or something like that. So it was a pretty long period of time without power, which was very odd. So I had to like hurry and throw together like some of the bonus content into a longer creepypasta compilation video, which I will say initially did quite well. It was like a 1 out of 10. And then all of a sudden, like the views just like fell off overnight. It went down to like a 10 out of 10. I don't know if people just like weren't interested in it or what, but I don't know. It sadly just like didn't do numbers the way I was hoping it would do numbers, but I don't know. They're just trying to hold me down. This story's gonna be scary. I hope so. Hopefully at least interesting. Congrats on the power. I'm trying to get my house fixed, but I've only been without power for 2 weeks. 2 weeks? What? Is that still going on for you? Yeah, it was like the heavy winds. Wart. Was waiting patiently. Good to see you. Glad you had friends to help. Was dealing with the elements during my time, bro. Yeah, bro, it's... I don't know. It's fortunate to have people around that can assist you. Otherwise, you're just kind of like... What do? You go sit in the McDonald's. Wait for the tsunami to hit. You like the semi-bonus stories a lot. Thank you. Yeah, I thought they were good. I thought they were interesting. Wasn't sure. Maybe we should have started with a different one on it to like maybe get people's attention. I never quite know, honestly. Let's ask ChatGPT. What's new in the world? Question mark. Should I ask it positive news? Oh, immediately tells us about typhoons, new president in Bolivia, risk of U.S. government shutdown eases, market react, prison riot in Ecuador. What an interesting place to exist. A prison in Ecuador. Should we go there? Should we visit? Aircraft Safety Federal Aviation Administration grounds Maryland 11 fleet. Following a fatal crash of the United Parcel Service UPS MD-11, where an engine detached during takeoff, the FAA has grounded the entire MD-11 fleet as investigators proceed. The grounding has implications for cargo aviation safety and operational logistics. Do you guys think, is it possible to like crash a plane without it exploding? Do you think we could do that? Like maybe there would just be like some sort of fuel retardant. Like upon like a sudden descent, it just like completely encapsulates all the fuel in some sort of like weird white foam or something like that. No, maybe that would not be good. Not on takeoff. I don't know. Would there be like any sort of fail safes that could be put into place where everything doesn't blow up into a giant fireball? Obviously that'd be pretty hard, but it'd be nice if we just like started transferring all that like anti-gravity technology to like public travel. But I'll be honest with you, I think in the future it genuinely seems like the people that have anti-gravity technology probably don't really want anybody to travel. It kind of seems like they just want you to fucking stay home and eat crickets. You see a helicopter fall in LA? I did not know. What the hell happened? Yay for insomnia. I get to catch one of these. Good to see you. Yeah. We're starting a little bit earlier. My friend's dad texted me ChatGPT to let it know that he loves it and supports it, so in the case the AI robots will take over, they should spare him. Honestly, everybody's got the right idea. But, yeah, I don't know. I don't think the robots will ever take over. It's always going to have to answer to somebody at the tippity top, right? So whoever's in charge of the surveillance apparatus. Though that's going to be honestly very odd whenever, like, they eventually just, like, have AI people, or, like, just AI sending you, like, notices to your phone or to your home saying, like, you are summoned for a racist meme that was found within your phone. Report for your public lashings ASAP. Sometimes I'm just like, well, I want to take every science fiction writer that's ever existed when they write their dystopian bullshit since like the 1920s and just beat them with rods. Because basically I feel like all of those dystopian concepts that were like written down as like some sort of forewarning was really just like giving individuals with large sums of money like grand ideas. Did I see the president being booed today? Who? The president of Bolivia? Or Donald Scrumpington? I think he's probably kind of used to that at this point. Everybody's... Orwell or Ike? I saw David Icke got his YouTube channel back. I've been waiting to get the latest update on the Lizardians. On the lizard people that run the world. The orange one got booed at the Washington Commanders game. I mean, it's DC, you know. Well, yeah, it's DC. Which, granted, you think he would have, like, home court advantage there, but you know how DC is. I don't really. Who gives a shit? You know what I mean? The only thing I give a fuck about is, like, cut my taxes. Which is never gonna fucking happen. Was James Tiptree Jr. dystopian sci-fi? His stuff was often very interesting. I don't know. What did he write about? It got delayed again. Shorn, I was thinking about that, bro. Like, I swear to God, you mentioned it about GTA 6 getting delayed and then it manifested. You made it happen. Hope everyone got a great weekend. Mystery, why the names start with the @ some of the other live stream didn't have it. I don't know. I genuinely don't know. Like, I have no idea. Other people say other live streams don't have it. I couldn't find any setting. I updated my Streamlabs. I updated everything that I could think of, and it still just like has those settings, and I have no idea where. If anybody has any ideas, I would like it to go back to usernames. It's just easier to see things. You've seen other live streams having it too. Okay, well that's good to know. I mean, it kind of makes sense if YouTube's trying to like stay there. Do you and Pradeep have snow yet? We don't, thankfully. It's getting cold, but it's also kind of getting warm during the day. Did I record the last video off stream? No, it was just a compilation of like bonus content. Because I was telling everyone my power went out, so I had to like, I feel bad. I had to like pay Simon basically like double to like take his entire day and just make like a 4-hour video where he's got to like listen to it and like remaster the sound and make it sound pretty. He did a great job, obviously. Sadly, the video just like didn't pop off like Mies was hoping. Missa was hoping for a good video. We're really getting South Park and SpongeBob and Fortnite before GTA 6. I know, it ain't fair, man. It ain't fair. Oh yeah, I've been playing Arc Raiders a lot. Anybody playing Arc Raiders? How's my cat? He's good. He's curled up in a little black ball over there. The void. The black hole. Joel, I have a favorite college team, but I had to get rid of my old one. Get rid of your old college team? That's kind of sacrilegious, don't you think? Do I think GTA 6 will ever come out? Honestly, I have like a feeling it's gonna come out and then it's gonna be like, oh, sorry, we accidentally nuked Rocksteady or Rockstar Studios right before it came out. We didn't mean to. World War III kicked off, so everybody's gonna have to wait to play GTA. Wouldn't it be funny if like people that are in charge of like starting World War III We're like, okay, we gotta wait till GTA 6 comes out. Let me play that for a couple months, and then we can go. That's how I would be if I was, like, evil. Don't jinx it. Jinx, you owe me a Coke. You owe me a Nuka-Cola. Your new one is the Oregon Ducks. You can't just switch to the Oregon Ducks, because then it's like, when they lose, who are you going to switch to next? Ohio State or some shit? Were you an Alabama fan when they were like number one? You got to pick a team that's local to you or whatever and roll with it, or pick one that your family like, you know what I'm saying? And then you have to get like irrationally angry and somehow like emotionally connected to them when they lose, even though you have no control over it. But the one thing you do have control over is not changing your team. Have you seen ads of AI that makes only bananas? I've not seen that one. Spooky time, guys. Spooky time. Oh my god. Can you give us GTA 6 when it comes out? We's waited so long. Yeah, I'll get you one. I mean, it would be kind of sick to give out, like, codes or something. I don't know exactly how that would work, but it would be pretty dope. Cop stories. Coming at you. Cops was filmed. On set. On location. Despicable, cold, wet, nasty night. Yeah, where are you at? I'm in the Bahamas. You don't think you could ever be a cop? Me neither, dude. Fuck being a cop. Everybody just wants you dead, and it's a thankless job. I mean, if you could find like a community that's like chill, that sounds like a nice job to retire to, but if it's one of those ones where, I don't know, you have to deal with the not so friendly, fuck all that, bro. So are we getting new merch for the holidays? We certainly could. What kind of merch do you want? You can think of a design right now, we'll make it. Lynn, welcome back for 39 months. Popping in for a quick hello, getting ready to celebrate my B-Day tomorrow. Birthdays are weird, but hey, grateful I'm still here. Have a great night. Happy birthday, Lynn. Everybody say happy birthday, Lynn. Alright, what are you doing for your B-Day? The hierarchy can also be really corrupt. Yeah, I mean, there's just... It's going to vary depending on where you go, and I don't even know if I would want to be involved in that process at all. I wouldn't even want to be around it. Because eventually, I don't know, I just feel like every day I would go into work, I just had, like, how do you deal mentally, like, if you had a really, like, horrifying traumatic experience, like, how do you even deal mentally with the fact that you like have to go back in the next day and potentially have the same thing happen again? Notice in your bio, human voices, crazy people use AI so much with fake voice, you literally have to tell us. Not gonna lie, well, I appreciate you for being real. You're welcome, thank you. Yeah, and I'm glad I added that, just to clarify. Alright, friends, we got 7 law enforcement stories here. Thanks for being here. They're supposed to get therapy. I don't know, man. I feel like people just always act like therapy is like this, like jumping into the Bacta tank in like Star Wars. Like you're just supposed to float in there and you're like perfectly healed. But honestly, if I saw like a friend of mine get shot or like have to shoot somebody else to like in the line of duty, in the line of poopy, I know a lot of people like to dehumanize cops, but I mean, if I was a cop, I don't think I could like recover from having to like shoot somebody or see somebody I know get shot, or like it just, I don't think anybody could talk me like through that even over the course of a long time. Maybe a long time. I don't know. But even that, it's like, why would you want to be in a job where you potentially need to have therapy for going to the job? That doesn't sound fun at all. Trav Squish with the 5. Quantum theory is fun. Just thinking about how you could be jousting someone in another timeline. Yeah. Absolutely. Would you be a warrior 800 years ago? I don't know, man. I don't think a lot of them 800 years ago, depending on the context, had any fucking choice. You just got pulled into it, or whatever. You were like as part of the citizenry, or maybe you took up arms in a particular conflict to defend your area, and I don't know. Sometimes I think about how quick some of the kills are, like some of those, like, just, like, remember some of the Indian raids and that kind of thing? They just, like, come in and just, like, imagine, like, an arrow just, like, hitting you in the neck, and then, like, or, I don't know, a tomahawk just, like, nailing your friend, like, right in the face. Gladiator. I don't even know. Who knows if the gladiator fights were even, like, that legit? Because I remember I saw something pop up where it was saying, like, a lot of the gladiators, like, fed on a lot of carbohydrates, so they most likely were kind of chubby. Specifically, so they had, like, more blood vessels in their fat. So whenever they got cut, it, like, looked way more bloody than it actually was. Like, I, for some reason, was hearing that they didn't always, like, fight to the death or something. I don't know if you guys are familiar. Can't understand why cops always shoot more than 12 times on someone and then they ask not to. Yeah, dude, it's crazy. It's just, like, built into the training, like any sort of weapon. Like, there's really no... I don't know. I actually would be curious, like, are you supposed to show restraint? I mean, obviously you can't, like, bullet time shoot something out of someone's hand, but I don't know. It's crazy. Call that threat neutralizing. People can be shot many times and still shoot back. I mean, that's true too. It's always wild to me when it's like a knife or something. But, you know, the criticisms will always be there. I mean, if there's an alternative solution, I'm all for it. It's just scary shit. You have to shoot to stop, not shoot to kill. If you write shoot to kill in the report, you'll go to jail. Yeah, it makes sense. Anyways. When I was just 2 years into policing, and I was still a fairly inexperienced beat cop, my partner and I were out on patrol one day when we got a call from dispatch. An arrest warrant had been issued for a guy who'd failed to keep up with child support payments, and a judge determined that he was hiding assets. We used to deal with stuff like that from time to time. Just random dads trying to beat the system. Sometimes addicts who barely even remember that they had kids. And neither group tended to be fans of the cops, so their greetings were usually pretty frosty. But after rolling up on our delinquent... I need to warm up. But after rolling up on our delinquent washing his car outside his apartment building, he was actually pretty chill at first. After we confirmed who he was, and he was perfectly polite and civil, the guy then says, "Ah, man, the lady at the courthouse said this might happen." Now my partner asked what he meant by that, and the guy said that he knew exactly why we were there. He admitted that he hadn't paid his child support on time, but had driven over to the county courthouse just 2 days prior to pay off the outstanding balance. Because it was past the deadline, the lady said an arrest warrant might already be in the process of being issued, but if that happened, he could just ask the arresting officers to contact the courthouse and they'd confirm that it had been an issue in air. It had been issued in... Oh, okay. Are you making Christmas-themed merch? You know, we probably should. Dude, I went over to my friend's house today. We had some really good pho. Some really good Cambodian pho. And they said something about they went to somewhere where there was like a Santa Claus at the event, and I was like, why was Santa Claus there? And then I realized, it's pho, sorry, some delicious pho. I thought it was pho. Is it not pho? It's just pho. Alright. And I was like, is Santa Claus there? And they're like, oh, it's November. And I'm like, what the fuck? It's November? I don't know why. I completely forgot that it was November and that we're literally that close to Christmas. Christmas is only 4 weeks, 6 weeks away. Can you believe that? What are you going to do with that information? I don't know. I'm just like not... I just feel like I'm not mentally dealing well with the passage of time anymore. Like, there's something that I just, like, cannot wrap my head around, and it's my own existence. Some people have Christmas stuff up. Do you guys want to skip Thanksgiving? I know, it's so lame. Can we at least appreciate the more delicious holiday? Even though I guess they're both pretty yummy. Quantum theory. Oh, shit. Supergirl with the 25 says, for the Void Crew, my 2 black holes are nebulous. That's awesome. Thank you, Supergirl. Little soupy girl. Thank you for the 25. What do I think about 3IA Atlas? I don't know. Nothing's really come from it. I mean, it's like passing by the sun or whatever, but I mean, is anything supposed to occur? Like, I remember, like, last week someone was saying they were going to have some, like, massive opening of everybody's consciousness, and it's like, how many of those, like, predictions related to a meteor or some stupid event has to be completely false before everyone just, like... I feel like I'm slowly falling back into the realm of, like, the nothing ever happens guy. Oh, look at the time. Nothing. Obviously, it's an alien. Everything is aliens all the time. Exactly. I mean, I don't know. They've been definitely discussing alien shit quite a bit lately. I remember seeing this video. I don't even know what... It was just like an Instagram reel, and it was like... almost like a squid. Like a weird squid just like floating through... I think it was South America or something like that. Or maybe... Oh, no. I think it was in the Middle East. And it was just sort of like a squid creature, like just floating. It wasn't really moving... And then it would change between like black and white, indicating it was changing between like super hot and super cold. And I don't know, it was like camouflaged or something. And then it went into the water. And then I guess it was, they were like monitoring that area of the water for like a solid 20 minutes, and then it just like blasted off into space from the water. Who fucking knows what's going on anymore? I just can't even for like 1 second contemplate what the fuck is even going on. Yeah, my entire house is decked out in Christmas decorations day one. It's because nothing ever happens fast enough to be movie fast. That's true. We need movie fast. It needs to happen one day and then the next. Wait, Sam's here? Where's Sam? Oh, there's Sam. Yeah, that's Elon's new kid. Sorry, Sam. It's like, it's got everybody's name like at something, so it's like hard to like recognize people right out the gate. Do you use 2 separate YouTube accounts, one for personal, one for business? Not really. I just watch whatever pops up. What's up, Oxy? What's going on? Hello everyone, I'm in the listener. I love your stories. They creep me out so much when I'm at work. I work on an assembly line building cars. The monotony is real, so your stories are great. Thank you. Yeah, you definitely need something in the background. Guys, go subscribe to Sam's Substack. What do I like to do for fun? I need to do more fun stuff. I mean, really, pretty much my days just consist of going to the gym, lifting a weight, and then I've been playing Arc Raiders like nonstop recently. I also was playing this one game, Ball X Pit, and it's getting better. It initially started off kind of slow. Same with Arc Raiders. I was a little frustrated with Arc Raiders starting out, but you kind of have to be patient, it seems like, for a lot of games lately to like really build up to the flow state that you kind of usually want yourself in. You think the shutdown is over? Did they come to a spending agreement? Do I play any instruments or chess? I do not know. I bought a bunch of instruments. I've always been like inclined towards music, but I just never learned or never took lessons or whatever. What the fuck is Arc Raiders? Arc Raiders is what's called an extraction shooter, and basically you like build a kit loadout that you go in with friends. It's like teams of 3, or you can go solo or whatever, and then you basically go into these maps, have certain objectives you can do, but for the most part you're just like trying to collect high value loot and then extract without getting killed by like the robots that roam the area, or other players. But honestly, we've been fucking dinking people lately. We've just been like, they engage on us. And I'll be honest with you, like the way that you engage in that game reminds me of a lot of like military approach, if that makes sense. Like if you are pinned down, it's third person. So like you can peek corners, obviously not like real life, but you can peek it. But if you try to take a fight and just like run at someone, like they will know that you're coming. And hence why like maintaining some degree of like aggro from them and then taking a flank, like having a friend flank around, is just a very effective way to like get kills. And I kind of like that approach in some ways, like that degree of patience. What's up, Jesse? I resigned from my job. I'm going to go to bed because I have to work tomorrow on a new job. Oh, okay, Mega. Well, congratulations, I think, of resigning, right? Is that a good thing or bad thing? I don't know. But yeah, to get some sleepies. What's the poll tonight? Good question. But if that happened, he could ask the arresting officers to contact the courthouse and they'd confirm that it had been an issue and it had been issued in error. I don't know why that's like a tongue twister. But if that happened, he could ask the arresting officers to contact the courthouse and they'd confirm that it had been issued in error. Now, Joe Sixpack is probably going to read this and think, what the hell? Criminals can just do that? Claim that there's a mistake and make the cops contact the damn judge? Well, yes and no. If we get a call about an escaped axe murderer, it's much more of a ask no questions type situation. But then when it comes to stuff like issues of custody or child support payments, things get way, way more complicated. Then if we arrest someone in error, even if all we see in front of us is what appears to be a bona fide warrant, they can be entitled to a very big chunk of change if that comes right at... Oh, big chunk of change, that... Okay. Bing bong. Lots of traveling coming up. That's cool. What you gonna be doing? Good question. There's no time to say those two syllables. I really don't like the ats though. Like it's really hard to like connect with people's names, if that makes sense, whenever it's the at. And it looks, I don't know, it looks like binary, like I'm reading binary when I see the ats. Like YouTube needs to like hard change that back to just usernames like ASAP, because that shit, just make it so that you can only choose like a username like once a year or some shit, and then I don't know if that's the issue. I'm overjoyed I get crazy great opportunity. Oh, that's awesome, Mega, congratulations. They're not changing it back. It's just so cringe. Like I can't, like everybody's, it's just a series of letters to my like brain. Going to see DC, Arizona, and Florida family and school. That's cool. That's school. What's up, yard buzzards? Can someone name a thing YouTube has done lately that actually made the platform better and not worse? I don't know. It's probably shit you don't even like realize. You know what I mean? Like obviously, whenever you start scrolling forward, you can click that button that says like jump ahead, and it will take you like past an ad where I think other people have jumped ahead. But there is always just like shit where it's just really annoying. But at the end of the day, I mean, where the fuck else are you gonna go like watch internet content on the like what, Vimeo, Rumble? They all just have like shitty user experiences for the most part. Please say happy birthday to Justin though. Let's all sing happy birthday. Happy birthday, Justin. Where's he at? See, that's what I'm saying. Like I feel like I don't even, my brain doesn't even like see it whenever everybody's name is like added. Do you know the CEO Susan whatever apparently died? Like, yeah, she had a very aggressive cancer, I think. I think it's been a few years now. There's a skip ahead button. I think as you're tapping it on your phone, it'll eventually say like skip ahead, and I think it marks it for like where the ad ends, like if they do an in-ad video. Maybe they don't. Maybe they got rid of that. I don't know. Used to be when you made a purchase, it changed to give your name, but I don't know why it changed. Yeah, that's strange. Like I see people when they gift subs, it'll go back to it, and it's almost like I'm like putting on glasses and get 20/20 vision. I'm like, oh my God, it's you. I remember you. You hear the previous NFL commissioner passed away? What? NFL. Oh, Paul Tagliabue. Okay. Sorry, I thought it was the current one. I was like, that'd be wild. I saw that there was like a guy on the Cowboys who was like 24 and he committed suicide. It was really sad. I don't know what happened with that, but I guess he was like on a chase, like there was a brief chase by police or pursuit by police, and then, I don't know, he took his own life. 3 of your 4 present mods are early November Scorpios. Please explain yourself. Maybe astrology is real. Israel? They're all Israeli spies. I knew it. Then if we arrest someone in error, even if all we can see in front of us is what appears to be a bona fide warrant, they can be entitled to a big chunk of change that comes right about it. They can be entitled to a big chunk of change that comes right out of our budget. Seeing as we don't want to rack up some huge bills and compensation, we're advised to use our own judgment. And in that case, since nothing about the guy was screaming a-hole, my partner contacted our precinct to ask if someone could double-check the warrant. And after that came the waiting game. It's something you get accustomed to pretty quickly as a police officer, all that hurry up and wait stuff. We wait for backup, we wait for SWAT, we wait for clearance, or we wait for negotiators, and sometimes we wait for warrants to be confirmed. And to kill time, we often explain the situation as best as we can to whoever's name is on the warrant, or if we're in our squad car, we'll just shoot the breeze on this or that till word comes back. But then sometimes, making small talk with a with a orple. What do mods do? I think they kill people in the chat. Like if you say anything even remotely rude to me, the God King, they find your address and then they send like some sort of poison. Just kidding. How do you even study astrology? I think you have to take like a weekend course. It's like, I think you get like if you become a chiropractor, you also get to be certified in astrology. Can you block people? Yeah, you can like time them out forever, or like make their, basically like shadow ban their name if they're being disruptive or something. Like I don't know, some people are like obsessive though. I have some people that like constantly come in and make a new name. It's a little bit strange that like, I don't even know how you can make that many names on like one computer. You have to live in a different country other than the United States. Where do you think it would be? Vietnam, baby. We're going back. We're going back to chat with Charlie. To fraternize with Charlie. I'm a million different people from one day to the next. True words never said. Egg Snackly. Just a bunch of Gmail accounts. That is kind of crazy. Norway. Yeah, Norway seems chill. Hanging with a polar bear. You have to take a weekend horse to learn about astrology. True, you have to learn how to ride a horse and look at the... I think you also have to learn how to, like, navigate a boat. Spain sounds cool. What's up, brother? Thanks for going live tonight, Nita. You're welcome, Jawad. Good to see you. The Netherlands. Yeah, I don't know. I was just thinking like Vietnam because it's like cheap as shit. All that area over there, it's just like you can just kind of like live like a king or queen, or a queen too. Astrology is pseudoscience. It's meaningless and predicts nothing. But if people identify with it, then it's a quicker way to learn about them. It is strange. I remember I used to always just kind of see it brought up like, I really didn't think anything of it. I would see it in the newspapers, right? You know, you would check your horoscopes and stuff, and then I don't know where it like popped off, but maybe it was the introduction of TikTok. But it just seemed like it really took off out of nowhere as far as like people's general loose interests and things. I guess because it's kind of just ambiguous, you know what I mean? You can kind of just like say like, sorry, I crashed into your, you know, lemon stand. I'm a snagglepuss. What about Luxembourg? I'm already there. You ever had a toasted PB&J? Oh my god. I feel like I've had ones where they're on toast, but to like make one and then toast it, like put it in an air fryer or something like that, that sounds amazing. You miss when I say hi to you? It's tough because it's like everybody's name, like your name right now is Ma8278-N6N. Like, how the fuck does YouTube expect me to communicate with people like that? Like, what the fuck do they expect you to do when you talk to people? Like, I don't even know, man. I apologize. Because, like, a lot of the times, like, you know, obviously I can recognize profile pictures, but, like, username profile picture, like, that's what triggers in my head to be, like, an appropriate host, you know what I mean? Listen, your showman's gotta stay up, wait for trains. I hop freight trains? Really? Sounds dangerous. That's a fair complaint to the YouTube overlords and handlers, like, for real. I mean, yeah, like, how, like, your whole, like, I get it. They don't make a lot of money off streams or whatever. Like, that's not their big shtick. But, I mean, they should consider it, seeing as, like, Twitch is constantly shooting itself in the dick every fucking 10 seconds. Basically, like, only ever lifting up some of the worst creators you can imagine possible. And, like, they could easily take it over if they just, like, invest in the infrastructure for streaming completely, making it as user-friendly and fun as possible. And maybe they're doing that right now. Who knows? I'm sure there's always stuff going on in the backline, but it's just little stuff like that where I know that I don't know, they don't want people, they want it to be as, like they want to transition over everybody to the whole digital ID bullshit or whatever, and it's just, they're like, well, we're slowly transitioning everyone's brain to here's your normal username, and then soon put your government ID in, and I guess that'll be easy to know. I can say hi to you then. Sorry for my absence. I wish I could explain it, but until then, someone tells me why I woke up in the hospital. It's a complete mystery. Me too. You're in the hospital right now, Hawk? I'm sorry to hear that. Politics is bumming you out. Yeah, I mean, I guess that's how it's always going to go, right? Who even knows the appropriate manner to approach that? Do we re-and-scree on the internet, or do we re-and-scree in real life until we get, like, shot with a big fire hose? That's how you know you accomplished something, when you got shot with a fire hose. So usernames don't show up as your username. Sorry. Yeah, it's like, it just shows up as like at, at least for me. But I don't know. If there was like a setting, if someone can find a setting, maybe someone can deep dive into it, and I can get back to my sanity. I want to know everyone's faces. Just change it to your social security numbers. Just kidding. Imagine having to remember over 1 million of your peeps' nicknames because YouTube can't keep. I know. I mean, it's tough. It's. I don't know. It is. Well, hello everyone. Hello. But then sometimes making small talk with a perp is a real leveler in terms of showing them. But then sometimes, making small talk with a perp is a real leveler in terms of showing them you're just a regular person doing a kind of irregular kind of job. And that can sometimes be the difference between a good day and a really, really bad one. And so, because we needed to detain the guy in the event that his warrant was good, We walked him over to our squad car and sat him in the back while we stood near the open door. And since he was being so friendly, we didn't cuff him. We didn't search him either. We didn't think we needed to. My partner asked him if he watched the Falcons, and when the guy said yeah, they started discussing if Mike Smith was the right coach for the job since they'd just been demolished 24-2 by the Giants, etc., and the guy in the back of the squad was saying something like, hell no. But then my partner started saying how Smith was a rebuild coach and that we were really just trying to improve and not to win. But by the end of his little speech, the guy in the back then says, yeah, I feel ya. And my partner was kind of proven right too, because 2012 was the Falcons' edge. Oh my god. Just saw the Falcons' edge. I follow a local live streamer, and it's the same there whenever he streams live. It's a YouTube thing. Yeah, I don't know. They need to change it back. It's at least like, I don't know, have everyone like reset or something. If they really want to like make some weird transition to over like getting rid of anonymity, which I think is incredibly stupid and incredibly like not customer friendly. And I don't think will really bode well for the future of their platform if everybody's like personal shit is out there. You just have a lot of anonymous accounts and nobody leaving comments, nobody engaging, nobody whatever. I don't know. Okay, go to your account and change your handle. Easy peasy. Good point. Thank you, Christy O'Brien. Okay. How, where do they go to their account? Is it, there's like a setting, like where are you looking at on YouTube that you would click that? Is it in like the top right? We're gonna fix this. For anybody that cares and they want to get back to their normal name, where on YouTube do you change your handle name? If you have a YouTube channel. Okay. So on the YouTube Studio, on the desktop, you go to studio.youtube.com. On mobile, open the YouTube app, tap your profile picture, your channel, edit your handle. And YouTube Studio, click Customization on the left side, select Basic Info tab. Under handle, click the pencil icon next to your current handle. Type your new handle. It must be unique and follow YouTube's handle rules. Save changes, click Publish in the top right corner. Okay. So yeah, at least you can like change it. That makes life easier. If anybody cares. Does yours name? No, yours says Sam6745. So you're good. It's just like if you have a name, like I feel bad. It's like maybe my like shitty memory, but it's like if I know people's profile pictures, but then if their name is some like out there thing, I like can't immediately associate it with the previous name. Okay, anyways. Do you know me by PFP or name? It's like both. Like for some reason my brain only triggers on both. It's like I see Pat's Nation and that's what yours was, and you have like is that a football player or something like that in the PFP. It's hard to see when it's like real small, but try to get mine close to the old name. Thank you, Nene, appreciate you. It's all good. You guys do whatever you want. It just makes my life a little easier. By the end of his little speech, the guy in the back then says, yeah, I feel you. And my partner was kind of proven right too, because 2012 saw the Falcons edge a 30-28 victory in the divisional playoffs. They ended up losing the NFC Championship to the Niners, but that's whatever, I guess. Because my partner wouldn't live to see. Because my partner wouldn't live to see it. After a couple of more minutes of talking amongst ourselves, my partner's radio starts buzzing with news from dispatch. This is another thing that really sets us apart from civilians, well, most civilians anyway, and that only those with an ear for it can really decipher what's being said over police radios. This meant that I heard it loud and clear when dispatch confirmed the warrant was good and we were to bring this guy in. But our perp didn't understand a word, so when my partner tells him to step out of the car so we can put the cuffs on him, his face just sort of drops. He goes from the nicest, friendliest, most reasonable guy you could ever hope to meet, and he turns, like a werewolf, right in front of my eyes. His smile disappeared, his brow dropped, and as my partner reached into the squad car to offer him a hand, our perp reached into his pants. By the time my partner saw the gun, it was too late. He knew what was happening and what a terrible mistake we'd both made, but by the time his hand touched his holster, almost a dozen shots had been fired at him point blank. The coroner's report said it only took minutes for him to bleed to death from a massive... Jeez. I don't know if I can start with this one, if it's just like outright violence. I don't have a problem with the ad. I ignore so much in life that I just skip past it to the name. Nice, dude. I'm seeing everyone's names transform before my eyes. We were getting back to baseline. Thank you, Jesus. I'm gonna be AFK for a bit. If by chance I don't make it back, have a great weekend. See ya, Jesse. No worries. Good to see ya. Did yours change? Carol Williamson 808 and Heartbreaks. Let's go. I literally lost your live stream somehow. What the fuck? You lost it? What do you mean you lost it? Like, it fell in a grate? Fell between the seats in your car. What do I think about 3i? You know what? Well, we're very close to the end of the other story, but we're gonna 3i Atlas updates ? All right, key updated facts, factoids. 3IA Atlas was confirmed as an interstellar object, meaning it's not bound to our sun hyperbolic trajectory. Interesting. So just like, I wonder, you would think our gravitational pull would be strong enough to get it. But I guess it's just velocity versus whatever. I'm sure it's a lot of nerd shit. It reached its perihelion, closest point to the sun, on October 29th, 2025. It has exhibited unusual behavior, unexpected brightening, what appears to be non-gravitational acceleration, and changes in color and optical properties. Its observability changed. It became visible again from Earth after the period when it was hiding behind the sun. Current status as of now is reported to magnitude around approximately 9.8, so not visible to the naked eye, but within reach of a decent telescope since moving away from the sun. What's scientifically interesting, the brightness increase is stronger than expected for normal comet behavior. Scientists don't yet fully understand why. There was speculation, though not accepted as verified, about it being alien probe or artificial, largely due to its odd motion or properties. It is being observed by many instruments, ground telescopes, space missions, to learn about the material and structure of an object from outside our solar system. Now, what you should expect, it will be moving away and getting fainter as time goes on, so observations will get harder. Tracking its tail and coma structure may help reveal its composition and make it unusual. Because it's interstellar, it offers a rare opportunity. Materials that formed around another star system, some say. While speculation is high, mainstream science still treats it as a natural comet, albeit a very rare one. Hey Joel, how much is a commercial spot, like a promo spot? I don't know. I haven't really done it in forever. I haven't done any sort of promo stuff. What are you trying to promo? Are you gonna do a scary guy channel? Hey guys, welcome back to Scary Guy. I'm freaking out. After all the years, we know all the colors mean certain gases, but this one baffles them. Yeah, that's strange. When you say baffle, what specifically baffles them? Do you think if there was really life in the other planets and we are visited by UFOs, then they can possibly have human forms? At least it's almost certain that they have opposite thumbs. Yeah, maybe they look like humanoid in some degree, or maybe they just send like biological drones here to like collect data and communicate backwards or back to us. And who knows, maybe their communication systems are like extraordinarily fast, where perhaps the physical object might not, traverse through like portals or whatever. You know how like they always talk about like you can like take paper, bend it, and then like go through space really quickly or whatever. Maybe they can send information. Like if you can imagine, like a radio wave obviously travels at a certain speed, but it's like within the medium of like the vacuum. But imagine if there's like some type of like transmission of like data information that can be like compressed really, really, really small, and then it moves through dimensions and then comes out in their dimension, and then it can like decompress it, kind of like data transfer. I mean, I could see that happening, couldn't you? Yeah, like a cosmic zip file. I could see something like that occurring. Or who knows, maybe they can literally traverse those same like larger objects between dimensions as well already. The same thing happened with the Oumuamua with a non-gravitational acceleration. It might be due to its chemical composition, or just like all comets that are a pile up separate rocks that can break up. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Like, who knows? Maybe like the fact that it's getting closer to the sun creates the gases, creates a cascade effect where like it ignites the gases, essentially creating like a little rocket behind it or some shit, and therefore, increasing its speed as in almost like a propulsion sense. I don't really know. It's all just speculation, but at some point the government's going to want us to believe in aliens. I'll be honest with you, if they can accomplish all of the tasks that they seem like they want to accomplish by 2030, I imagine 2030 will be the time frame once like the world is transformed to like more of like the World Economic Forum's perspective of the future, and everybody's kind of like under one banner, et cetera, et cetera. I think that's probably when they will start doing more of like the disclosure type stuff. I'll probably be long dead by then. Have you played Binding of Isaac? I have, yeah. I'm not a huge Binding of Isaac fan. It's just, it's kind of hard. Maybe I need to get back into it. My favorite horror podcast called Acephaly by Jeffrey Walker. I was looking into some promo out of appreciation for his content. He's a phenomenal writer. Yeah, what's he about? You think we'll go to Mars soon? Yeah, probably. Honestly, at some point they're just gonna like pick you and start sending you there. Like, you're not gonna have a choice. And who knows, maybe your existence or your life will just be a little bit better. Prisoner, I don't think they would send prisoners per se, but just like they'll make you real poor, and then they'll say like, we're gonna send you to Mars to like start doing our slave labor on Mars or whatever, and you're like, okay, we can put you in cryostasis. We know what stars are made up from light speed and color of light time they have before they blow up, but no idea about magnets on our planet. It's hard to say. Aren't you already in Mars? Mars bars. Mars is ugly. Yeah, who knows? We've probably already been to Mars before, living under the surface. Honestly, who cares? Who even wants to go to Mars? Do I believe in aliens? Yeah, I think so. I mean, at this point, it's like maybe they are some sort of like strange interdimensional beings in their interaction with us. I definitely don't think like all of reality is just like wholly centered around Earth. It's centered around you. You, in your own mind, have created reality. We're probably from Mars. I mean, that's what I hear. Star children. What if there was a bunch of tiny microorganisms that reproduced by stealing energy from the sun, and the sun started dying and an astronaut met an alien and they saved everyone? Microorganisms that reproduce by stealing energy from the sun. Isn't that like just like plants? I feel like there's photosynthesis style microorganisms already, right? and the sun started dying, and an astronaut met an alien, and they saved everyone. The astronaut met an alien, and they saved everyone. Who is it? The microorganisms getting saved? Or the Martian potatoes? I have a crush on somebody I see almost every day for a year, but all I can say is hi, with a weak smile, advice on how I can get him to notice me, or at least be able to get to know him. I'm very shy. Oh man, that's tough. You know, I mean, because you kind of need some social context, right, to like not feel weird about like getting the conversation going. But like I said, we had this conversation where like girls can say whatever the fuck to guys, and like guys are just gonna be like, yeah, oh yeah, what am I up to? Yeah, I just fucking, I don't do a whole lot, you know, just fucking playing Arc Raiders, and you know, that's what he's gonna say. So like literally, if you just hype yourself up one day, and then just as you do the weak smile thing, this time have like try to find a social context that's going to like put you directly in front of him for a period of time that the conversation can just sort of organically go from whatever like line of dialogue you choose. Because I promise you, a dude's not gonna brush you off if you genuinely try to like make conversation with him. That's not attractive though. What, playing Arc Raiders? What do you mean? It doesn't matter what a guy says. If you already like him, you already like him. He can be the dumb. I've seen girls date some of the biggest doofuses in the world, and they're the least interesting people ever, but they chose preemptively for whatever like evolutionary biology reason that they like them, and that's literally it. They can make every mistake under the sun, and it's totally fine. To quote Carl Sagan, if we're the only life, it seems like an awful waste of space. It's hard to say. No, the dry answer, it'll kill the attraction. What's the dry answer from the dude? Oh, well, who knows? I don't know. You have some terrible taste, and men suffer because of it. It's like, yeah. Many such cases. As you're talking to him, have a video of kinetic sand playing in the background. Yeah, have Subway Surfers just going. Just like hold a phone up next to your face so he can like look between like your eyes and the phone. Jill says they are doofuses, so they are doofuses. Yeah, but like that's all you really want is a hot doofus, right? Just a hot doofus. Boom. You win. Doofuses that take over the world, man. And they already have. Doofuses all have like 15 kids, and that's fine with me. I'm down with that. I want an army of doofuses. Spec Ops Doofuses Division. Once when I was in the bus, a guy came out of a store and did a fancy hat tricks. Years later, I still regret not getting off the bus. Do some that makes you memorable. Like a hockey hat trick? He just threw a net behind you and scored. I was dating this guy years ago, then one day he said something incredibly stupid and I realized I was dating an idiot, could never bring the magic back. Yeah. I mean, but that's what I'm saying, like the power of the initial attraction, it gets you pretty far, like a solid year into someone's existence before they realize that you're retarded is like, that's a success. That's a start. That's like that's like, I don't even know, like being the guy in the Navy SEALs who's like 5'3" and 300 pounds and that like nobody noticed for the entire time you were killing Bin Laden. You were just like along for the ride, and granted they saw you like screaming and shitting your pants, but they're like, I think he's supposed to be here. It's like a Charlie Chaplin movie. Yeah. Sense of humor and compassion is what gets me. Yeah, you mean, you know, those are usually long-term benefits. Okay, anyways, who fucking knows about a stupid comet? It's just some other dumbass thing to talk about. and then they bring it up at the Grammys, or, you know what I mean? They always bring it, always like it's one of those stupid jokes that they have at some like award show circle jerk. 3A Atlas is here. I heard it was shinier than Trump's head without the toupee. Hey, 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 hey. Everyone's laughing and fucking shitting themselves. So funny. The coroner's report said it only took minutes for him to bleed to death from massive internal injuries. But having seen it myself, I think he was dead before he even hit the floor. People who are shot that many times, they gurgle or groan while they writhe around for a while, and then suddenly they're just gone. But my partner just laid there like he was sleeping till they carried him off to the cooling board. The guy in the back, the one who pulled the gun and shot him, his departure from this mortal plane wasn't nearly so peaceful. Jesus. If they're not interested, then all well, move on. At least you were brave enough to say it. Sometimes good to take risks because you never know if it'll work out or not. Better to do it than regret it later. I agree. I totally agree. Like being told no is so, it hurts. It does. It hurts your psyche. It hurts your confidence. But it hurts so much less and makes you genuinely stronger overall, I think, subconsciously, than just having never tried it all, right? So you really just have to YOLO that shit. You just gotta like YOLO it and just think like, whatever, I'm just talking to another person, you know? Because eventually, if you really like them, you kind of have to talk to them forever. Listen, even the person you have the biggest crush on, there's probably going to come a day in the future where you talking to them, they're going to be kind of annoying anyways. So you might as well just like think of them like that. Think of them like you've already talked to them 1,000 times before, and this is just 1,001 minus 1,000. The guy in the back, the one who pulled the gun to shoot. The guy in the back, the one who pulled the gun and shot him. His departure from this mortal plane wasn't nearly so peaceful. I emptied a whole mag through the back window. Then after I reloaded and he made the mistake of trying to get out of the car, I emptied a whole nother mag through the broken glass until we finally stopped moving. I heard him gurgling. I heard him groaning. And all I could think in the moment was, what's waiting for you downstairs is going to make those bullet holes feel like tickles from a feather. And I'm glad he was suffering. I wanted him to. And aside from not searching the guy or putting him in cuffs, my only regret is not making him suffer even more before he finally stopped moving and stopped making noises. The funeral was rough. Almost the whole department turned out to see him off, and my partner's whole family were just so darned understanding. We all felt this huge amount of guilt for letting something like that creep up on us because it wasn't us that paid, it was him. But during the eulogy, my partner's brothers said that he was proud because although we lost him, my partner went out dragging a little piece of evil with him too. And that's why he served, so he died doing what he loved, trying to keep ordinary people safe. You're scared of becoming the annoying one? Well, you know, I'm just joking. I mean, like, people, you know what I mean? Like, people just are being, I don't even know, like, sometimes observing, like, you just observe anybody's, like, relationships. They're all just, like, at some point, like, loosely just ready to dunk the other one in a pile of goo. What do you think of this revenge situation in this story? Well, it's definitely phrased as revenge, but I think this is probably how it would play out within like a police setting anyways, right? Like, because even if the guy who like let him out of the car would have saw the gun, he probably would have mag dumped him anyways, or it wouldn't even have to be a mag dump, but he would have opened fire on a person with like a weapon, just because that would be protocol. So I don't agree necessarily this guy, because I almost feel like legalistically this cop probably shouldn't reflect upon, I mean, I guess it's like anonymous stories sent in most of the time, or I wouldn't like reveal their information, but I probably also wouldn't like phrase a story that you enjoyed the process of like avenging your fallen comrade or whatever, even though it's understandable why one would if someone is like a scumbag enough to kill one of your friends or one of your colleagues. My wife is proud of my ADHD, but jealous at the same time that my mind resets and I don't dwell on crap. Well, I don't know is it really ADHD or just like a sort of gender difference or whatever? Because, I feel like it's pretty common for guys to kind of like have something hit them at one point and then just kind of like move on as fast as possible. Alright, story 2. So, picture the scene. It's the middle of a cold and rainy night in the windy city, and my partner and I are cruising along in our patrol car waiting for the next call to come. It's been a real boring night so far, so we were practically begging for something interesting to happen. But as the saying goes, be careful what you wish for. When the call came, it was from a woman saying her boyfriend was drunk and he was getting physical with her. And to be brutally honest with you, both me and my partner were just thinking, jackpot. We switched on the cherries and berries, as they say, then put the pedal to the metal. Because few things are as satisfying as carting some wife-beating sack of crap off to jail for a night. And it's not that we get to give him a few compliance strikes on the way out either, although this is a perk of the job. It's the fact that having him in a cell for a night can be just enough time for a battered spouse to get the hell out of Dodge. And we arrived at the address a few minutes later. It was an apartment building, but a resident let us inside and told us the apartment that we wanted was on that 3rd floor. We go upstairs, found the right numbered apartment, and then banged on the door while yelling, "Police department." We could hear 2 people fighting on the inside, but after hearing me shout, we heard a man's voice calling out that everything was okay now and that they didn't need the cops anymore. Now, we more or less called bullcrap and then asked the guy to bring him and his girlfriend to the door so we can see that they're okay. There's a moment of silence, and then we suddenly hear movement, and then a female voice calls out, "Help! He's stabbing me! He's stabbing me! Help!" Now, seeing as I was the larger and heavier of the 2 of us, I took a few steps back and got ready to kick the door open. It took 3 solid kicks before it started to give, and then on the 4th, it swung open, and my partner was the first through the door. I followed close behind, gun drawn, and held out. Dude, I don't know if I can keep, if all of these are just, violent stories, I feel like it's gonna get fucking... Hopefully not. Was once afraid to say no when someone would ask. Now I just stare deep into their souls until they feel uncomfortable. Being asked out? You could just say no. No thanks, I'm good. Respecting violent stories because about being a cop. I guess that's true, otherwise they probably wouldn't be as interesting. Am I a gamer by chance? Yeah, I play a lot of games. I was telling him, play Arc Raiders, play Ball X Pit, and play Mega Bonk. It really does seem like indie games are just popping off lately. At least for the most part. It's sad that, I feel like indie movies are just I wish they would like kind of have as much like grab, but I guess it just comes down to the platforms that people consume. Because like with gamers, they spread information on what game to play very quickly through word of mouth, right? Like, yo, you should check this game out. And then the platform, Steam or whatever, Xbox, PS5, like has it. And then you go check it out, you download, you play it, blah, blah, blah. But then like with like independent movies, I mean, you're not going to find like a lot of indie movies or like low budget movies that could be like good as shit on Netflix, in theaters. You know, it's just like the barrier of entry, the gatekeeping of that is just so hard. I know live chat on Wednesday, my power was out. We had like a live wire down out front of my house and caught a tree on fire. It was bad, and I didn't get the power back till like probably 12 hours later or some shit. Tubi has some? Okay, that's cool. I ate the power, sucked it all up. Okay. Indie movie platform. Yeah, we do need one. I mean, I don't know, one that can like really take off, but you know for a fact it's just gonna get bought up. I don't know what it is with like, I don't know, the obsession. It's actually kind of interesting to me. It feels like our last bastion of like independently created stuff is video games, you know, for the most part. Obviously they need funding too, but it seems like the powers that be have not corrupted video games to the extent that they're capable of. And I do wonder at what point they're going to find a way to fuck all that kind of shit up. Yeah, definitely PC over console, just because, you know, you can do everything on PC. I can make my videos, I can play video games, I can whatever the flurp. Horror in the High Desert? Yeah, what's that about? Indie movies were the best back in the day, but not since the early 2000s. Yeah, I don't know. I guess it's just, once again, it's just like, how do you find them? How do you have to almost be like a, I don't know. Maybe it's because like almost everybody can watch movies. Whereas like with gaming, you kind of have to have like an active seeking it out type personality. So like with movies, it's, if it's not directly in front of you, you're probably not going to like go out of your way to go see it. Well, I guess that's, yeah, I guess you got YouTube, right? YouTube is like the indie movie realm, I suppose. But would you, if you had an indie movie, would you release it on there? Or would you release it on what? Vimeo or whatever the fuck? I don't know. I feel like I would, if I made an indie movie that I feel like could be good. I miss the days where movies were for the elite and the poors couldn't watch them. I know, dude. The poor people ruin everything. Close your eyes when you're watching my movies. I'd rely on YouTube to watch, yeah. Let's play games without sharing it on TikTok and shizzle. Shizzy. Send it to A24. I don't even know about A24 anymore, man. I think they got too popular too fast. Too furious. I followed close behind, gun drawn and head out. I followed close behind, gun drawn and held out in front of me, and after making it down a short hallway and turning a corner into the kitchen, we saw a woman with blood all over her and a man holding a knife. My partner shouted for him to drop it, but he didn't even finish issuing his command before the guy fled down another hallway leading away from the kitchen, still holding that knife. We told the wounded lady to stay put and not move. Then after quickly requesting medical units, we followed the guy down the hallway. We thought we had him trapped. We thought we had the upper hand, but we were wrong. And I'll never forget how physical the sensation of my heart dropping was when I heard the cries of a young child coming from what was clearly a back bedroom. We had no idea that there was a kid in the apartment, and knowing that there was one present changed everything, especially once we saw our perp darting out of the bedroom with a screaming kid under his arm. He only came in and out of view for about a second, like a flash of movement, and then he was in cover again. And then the sound of the little boy screaming was joined by the sounds of me and my partner yelling at the guy to drop him. We didn't stop. We couldn't. The guy had a knife and now he had a kid in his arm. So we kept on pushing down the narrow hallway till we reached the end of it and saw the guy with the knife raised above his head. He was threatening to stab the kid unless we backed off, but obviously we weren't about to do that. Instead, we yelled at him a few more times to drop the knife, watching where his eyes went until they finally landed back on the kid. He tensed up and brought the knife a little higher, clearly about to bring that blade straight down onto the kid's head. So my partner did what he'd been Do you see the new Frankenstein? I haven't seen it, but my friend saw it and said it was really good. And I asked them if it was similar to what's Nosferatu, and they said they hadn't seen that, so I don't know if it's like comparable. What's up, Lexi? If you like free stuff, most public libraries let you rent video games for free. For free? Wonder what kind of game. I remember when I was younger, like the libraries did have video games, but it was always like shit from years prior. So I was always kind of curious, like what stuff they actually have. Saw it in a local theater. It was absolutely incredible. 10 out of 10. Okay, that's awesome. Well, fuck. I gotta go see it then. I've been waiting for like some solid movies to come out. I always feel like I usually get to Friday and there's like something, but lately you guys haven't told me much about much, so Frankenstein must be the one then. So my partner did what he'd been trained to do and attempted to neutralize the threat. We're trained to shoot until that's the case. You don't shoot someone once and then hope that they're not going to get back up and go for their weapon. If they present a threat to life, you shoot till they're not moving anymore. Another reason that we're trained to do this is because in that kind of high-pressure situation where adrenaline is pumping, just one shot might do absolutely nothing. In the movies, people get shot and they spin around or fly across the room. And while the latter might certainly be true with a close-range shotgun blast, a 9mm bullet is a very different situation. So when my partner opened up on the guy with the knife, the shots didn't send him flying across the room or spin him around and knock him off his feet. But he felt them all right, and he chose to put the closest thing he could between himself and the bullets, which was the kid standing at his feet. And it was all over in a matter of 2 or 3 seconds, just a pop, 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 pop. And then both man and boy were on the ground laying still. We hoped all the bullets might have missed the kid, and that all of the shots hit nothing but the guy, but unfortunately, that wasn't the case. And what followed was like something out of a living nightmare, a reality we just didn't want to accept. My partner started to immediately retch, and then ran to the bathroom to puke, and all I could do is... Alright, well we definitely can't start with this story with like kids getting hurt and killed. I skipped your cougar comment. I'm sorry, what did you say? I don't know why I'm like struggling to like see comments. It's Guillermo del Toro's new adaptation. They played it at select small theaters in October and now it's on Netflix. Oh, it's on Netflix. Alright, sweet. Well, freaking sweet. That's exactly what every movie should be. I'm going to check it out. I keep thinking about the Owen story from your Off the Grid video. It was the best I've heard in a long time. Yeah, what happened with the Owen one? I kind of forget. Old Boy is so fucked. That's the... Wait, Old Boy? Or Good Boy? What happened? Yeah, what was Old Boy again? Wasn't that like a Korean film or something? Am I reading a Gmail letter? Yeah, I mean, people go into Gmail. Or my editors go into Gmail and find the stories that best fit a particular topic. The Korean version is better than the remake. Oh, I don't know, they made a remake of Old Boy. So if you guys do have a story, be sure to send it to letsreadsubmissions@gmail.com. Old Boy is a feel-good family film. Oh, perfect. My partner started to gag, then ran to the bathroom to puke. All I could do was call in what had happened and then stand there, shell-shocked till backup showed up. Our sergeant was one of the first to arrive, and he took my partner out to his car to calm him down. He later said that he thought my partner was going to eat his gun. He was in that bad of a state. And the sergeant kept asking him what happened, but he couldn't say. And then when he finally found the words, he could only whisper it, and he couldn't bring himself to say it any louder than that. The EMTs rushed the lady with the stab wounds to the hospital, and they were able to stop the bleeding and save her life. But the kid and the knife wielder were both pronounced dead at the scene. It was tough to stomach, and it took me a long time before I stopped thinking about it and dreaming about it. But what happened that night destroyed my partner in more ways than one. He quit the force not long after and then ended up moving out of state. He wanted to be as far as possible from the biggest mistake of his life, and no matter how much support and counseling we could offer him, he knew the best thing for him was to just leave. And when you sign up to be a cop, the thought of dying on the job was most definitely... And when you sign up to be a cop, the thought of dying on the job most definitely enters your head at some point. But what no one ever tells you is there are mental casualties too, not just physical ones. And when you lose someone that way, when they're still alive, just not there. And when you lose someone that way, when they're still alive, just not there anymore, it hurts almost as much as when you lost them, for real. For real, for real. Why is David Icke back? To tell us about the lizard folk and the upcoming plans to enslave all of humanity under global communism. So it's Lynn's birthday and it's Justin's birthday. What the flurp? Xmas decoration commercials are appearing. I'm not ready. I know, man. But it's like, you make so much money, you're like, might as well just keep bringing it. They need to start celebrating Christmas the first day of school. So one of the most memorable calls of my entire career as a police officer happened on a quiet Tuesday morning, right around the time all the school buses were out on the roads. That time of the morning is probably one of the least busy of our day, where the worst that you'll get is a minor accident or a bad case of road rage. But that morning was different. So my partner and I got a call from dispatch, asking us to perform a welfare check on an address nearby because they'd gotten a silent 911 call. And the call was silent, and then the caller hung up. But after dispatch called back, whoever answered very sketchily changed their story from, "I didn't call 911," to, "Oh, I must have dialed it accidentally. No need to send anyone out." Now on paper you might think, okay, accidents happen, right? No harm, no foul. Well, that's not how things work in practice. We try to follow up on every 911 that you might describe as inconclusive, and the reasons for that will become obvious as this story unfolds. And so we drove over to the address that the call came from, arriving at around 8:15 and knocked on the door. A man in his late 40s to early 50s came to the door and once again assured us that his call had been accidental. We asked if he would... Wait, was this at night? Or that morning? Oh, it's a morning. Strictly fall decor until Thanksgiving. I know, you gotta give some time for the holidays to breathe. Communism, capitalism sucks right now, to be honest. What if capitalism got so bad that it created communism? What if someone got so rich that they were able to convince all the other governments to turn authoritarian in a communistic sense. Would you believe it? HS! Welcome to the Buttersock Cult. You now have access to bonus content. How's my voice so silky smooth all the time? I don't know. It's a bit, probably from gargling so much jizz. What are your thoughts on socialism? I'm just not a big fan of like centralizing really many things to the government. I just don't really perceive the government to efficiently run things, you know? I mean, that's kind of an open-ended statement, I suppose. Obviously, I do have friends that are, you know, participate in like government safety nets, and like this EBT SNAP situation definitely greatly affects them. I just, I don't know. I'm kind of like, let's slow it down, shall we? What's your ideal system of government? I have no idea, honestly, with you. Like, I have no idea, honestly. I'm not going to give you like a great answer. It's like, do we exist in a pretty comfortable state in our current situation? I personally do. I personally live a good life. I don't really feel like, other than like, the only time I really, really despise my current government is tax season, pretty much, you know what I mean? And where I have to like hand over like 50% of all of it. And I'm just like, what the fuck? I'm literally just like writing a huge check to just be like pissed into the wind. You know what I mean? And then beyond that, I'm just like, does anybody trust the government and their ability to be like efficient with the manner in which they distribute wealth? I mean, hasn't there been like time and time again indication that they just like funnel it random places, send it off to like very strange and abstract projects, while giving the majority of individuals who do receive it just like scraps? Or like running it so inefficiently that like, I don't know, I'm not going to sit here and say that I know the answer, because I really don't, but I just kind of feel like the private sector is probably more efficient with what they do, because there tends to be punishments in the private sector to a degree. Obviously you can get so successful that you like eventually integrate yourself with the government. But if there's no punishments and you're always just like guaranteed a paycheck from the taxpayer over and over again, is there ever like an incentive for your system that your service that you provide to the people, is there ever an incentive for it to get better? I feel like no. Like if you're kind of like, it's like being in the mafia. Like if you know that the mafia is just going to go collect everybody's like payments anyways, do you think do you want to behave better or get better or incentivize people to use your shit? Probably not. But I don't know. Let me know your thoughts in the comments below. Let me know your thoughts, guys. Rainbows and butterflies. I like rainbows. I like butterflies. Honestly, those are cool. We need more of those. We need the government needs to create more rainbows. The government needs to create more butterflies. We need to force that with taxpayer dollars. And if you don't pay for my rainbows or butterflies, we're going to send someone to your house to get you and put you in jail. Fire Sauce D2, welcome back for 2 months, says Joel. You're looking cute today, by the way. If no one's told you that today, thank you, Fire Sauce. Appreciate you. How cute? Like Scarlett Johansson cute? Or like Stitch from Lilo and Stitch cute? You hear they're making a new Karate Kid movie? I don't care. Didn't they already do a remake of I don't know, I just don't care. The least the government is involved in life, the better. Just maintain the infrastructure. Increasing taxation of the rich is not going to benefit the poor. The politicians will just pocket it. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, if someone can give me like an exact, like, exact spreadsheet to where, like, when you pull this lever, it moves this gasket over here. When you pull this lever, it moves this. And I feel like since it is money, I mean, if we're being, I'm not some economist or anything, but you would assume that when it comes to like economics, it's probably all pretty mapped out. Like that's why I kind of get frustrated is like people talk about economics in a very like ambiguous sense, which is what I'm doing, to be completely fair. But it's strange whenever people kind of like get really worked up about it, but they themselves don't really know, whenever you tax the person more, do you get a better product? And if you do, where does it, I don't know, I feel like it's got to be possible to have like some degree of a complete audit of the system in every possible manner and where everything goes. But it just seems like it's, as soon as it makes it to the IRS, it just gets fucking like dolled out, and like they just say, here's a pile of fucking cash, here's a big pile of fucking goo, just dude, whatever, we'll just blow the Pentagon up with a rocket if like anybody looks for it. Fuck you. I don't care. Who cares? I don't know. It's gonna be a monopoly of Pacific Gas, Electrico. Yeah. I want to be a monopoly. Can I make a monopoly on reading spooky stuff on the internet? And you have to pay me a tax. Guys, you're gonna have to pay me. If you want to start a creepypasta channel, you're gonna have to pay me, like, a lot, a percentage, or we're gonna send Mr. Ballin to your house. Percent? How much percent? I'm thinking 15%. Yeah, one kith. A little kith. If you can back the government debt, you own the government. Exactly. The one thing I saw the other day was kind of interesting. It was like, if you wanted to start your own bank, it's a very like gate-kept process, and it costs somewhere, you have to have at least like $10 million to $30 million in capital, right? But then once you get that ability to be like lender status, you actually don't need to have money to lend to the person that you're like giving them, a mortgage lending to, for their mortgage for the purchasing of their home. Like they're quite literally, when you go and get a mortgage, you're just kind of manufacturing the concept of like credit or debt, and the debt is not like backed up by the bank at all. I don't know. It was all just like very strange. It was all just sort of like, it's quite literally everything in the economy is just like propped up on the fact that you sort of, your future work, like you going and doing future work and paying off your debt / paying the interest on the debt is like the only reason it continues. It's just, I don't know. But it must be so fascinating to be like, to have that level of power where you can just kind of like grant people made up dollary dues and then get interest payments on those like made up dollary dues. All you need is a certain degree of capital to start, and you're like good to go and start your little bank. That's why rich people never deal with cash or money. Yeah, I guess you just keep leveraging it to one thing to the next, to the next, to the next. The bank of let's read. Dude, some people do treat me like a fucking bank. Asking me for shit, knowing that I'm just gonna forgive them probably, and one day anyways. Is the astronaut supposed to be in Japan? In a boiling pot of piss? I should probably change that, shouldn't I? Until the bubble bursts. But yeah, I always wonder though, I'm like, is the bursting of the bubble on like some of those things, is it all just like planned out so that the system is kind of just rigged so you can just consolidate things down to, I don't know, whatever you want it to be? What am I talking about? I don't know. We're faking off our house, we're going van life. Hey, I mean, that's what you're into. I guess we'll soon see with AI, right? Yeah, I don't know what the deal with that is. How does the bubble burst with AI? Is it all just sort of like predetermined by the Pentagon? What technologies are just like, what kind of progress you can see there? Fire sauce D2 with the 5 says, I think between Scarlett Johansson and Stitch, maybe somewhere in between. Use this $5 to get some Taco Bell or something. I don't know. Thank you, Fire Sauce. I'm going to get some Fire Sauce for the TB. Yo, go get yourself some TB. Taco Bell. When someone asks you something, you should make a contract, make everything official. Yeah, but I mean, like, it's just so hard. It's like when I think about myself, like, spiritually, right? If someone comes up to you and asks, if you were laying on your deathbed, right, and someone asked you for money that you have, and they genuinely needed it, like, would you look back and not, like, feel a degree of regret that you didn't help your dear friend or family or something, you know? That's how I would feel. I would feel terrible about it, like, not helping them in their time of need. But the one thing is like, when I do lend my friends money, it does teach me a lot about that friend who doesn't actively go above and beyond to, like, actually pay me back, if that makes sense. Like, I have so many friends that have, like, asked me for money, and it's almost like they actively make no efforts to, like, ever pay me back, because they know how, like, incredibly forgiving I am in regards to that kind of stuff. And it hurts a little bit, you know what I mean? It hurts kind of, like, because you're tight with them, and it's just like, damn, they don't give a fuck. Or, like, they almost, like, don't respect. It's like they don't have, like, some, like, strong embedded sense of, like, honor to, like, make things right, you know what I mean? I don't get people who expect you to be on top of the money they owe. Right, yeah, you want me to come around and be the dick? Do you really want me to be the dickhead who comes around like a loan shark and be like, oi, pay me back that 0% interest loan you're supposed to give you, or I'll fucking not send you text back in a timely fashion. Yeah, I don't know. Stare deeply into their soul, right, yeah. I don't know. It sucks, because it's like, I mean, obviously I don't know. I don't give them any further loans, obviously. I could never ask someone for money because I would be too embarrassed. And honestly, I'll be honest with you. That's okay. It's okay to be embarrassed to ask people for money. It's okay to have a certain sense of pride about your existence and be like, fuck it, I'm gonna do it myself. Like, that is honorable in my mind. That is a sense of honor. Like, the lack of honor is the one who just, like, takes fucking everything that's handed to them and never wants to, like, learn how to fish or learn how to, like, make. Because, I mean, imagine that. For the rest of your life, you're just going to be reliant upon other people. And what does that say about your character? The nonstop reliance upon others. Obviously, if you need it, sure. But you're also, to me, a very, like, you know, where's the strength? Where's the strength of character? %0 today, you hear me? 0%. A man in his late 40s to early 50s came to the door and once again assured us that his call had been accidental. We asked if we could come inside to take a look around, and he said, sure, no problem. The first floor was a mess, but there was otherwise nothing suspicious about it, and the same applied to the second. But when we asked if we could take a look in the guy's basement, he suddenly went from being friendly and inviting to acting extremely suspicious. The second my partner took a step towards the basement door, the guy got very nervous and said something like, I'd rather you just didn't go down there. It's a real mess and it's very embarrassing for me. And it was after allowing us to walk around a home that looked like it hadn't been cleaned in months. Oops. I'm a hustler, baby. I'm a hustler. State clearly that you're not a bank and you don't deposit. Yeah, no, I mean, I've learned a lot, honestly. Because obviously it's like the YouTube sort of realm puts you in a position of like, it gets you in a position of freedom to assist others. But I don't know. I've definitely learned a lot as time has gone on who actually deserves some degree of benefit from my own success. Obviously, I help my family and stuff, but I don't know. Always going to be more inclined to help someone in need when I see them actively putting in the effort to better the situation. Yeah. They'll show. Well, one of my friends the other day said that they had, their family growing up, their dad would get that question a lot about, can I borrow money? And they would eventually started saying, I would prefer not to loan money to you because I honor our friendship so much that I don't even remotely want to hold any degree of animosity to you when I actively know that you won't pay me back. So it's that was kind of a wise perception to kind of take in, realizing that if you value someone else's friendship, you almost would not loan them money. Especially if you're under the interpretation, because you kind of loan money to friends, you're not really expecting to get back anyways, but it does weigh on you for a while, you know what I mean? It weighs on you when someone just doesn't, I don't know, it's they don't respect you in a weird way, and you don't want to feel that, so you just avoid it in general. You know damn well whoever Joel is actually referring to is going to be I know you're talking about me. No, they probably don't even fucking listen to my stream. Everybody in my real life, I genuinely don't know anybody in my real life that wastes their time listening to my stream. Not waste their time, but you know what I mean, they're just not, they're doing something else. They have no interest in spookiness. In the true spookies. In the true spirit of Christmas. If I certainly wouldn't lend you again if you don't pay me back, I'm going to be taking, yeah, exactly, yeah. Anyways. And this was after allowing us to walk around a home that looked like a. And this was after allowing us to walk around a home that looked like it hadn't been cleaned in months. And so as you can imagine, me and my partner's spidey senses were starting to tingle. And we didn't have a warrant, so we couldn't exactly force our way in there. But when we told him that we would come back with a warrant, he just said, "Fine, go get your warrant, but for now I'd just like both of you to leave." And we did as he asked, thanked him for his time, and then walked back to our squad car. And we did as he asked, thanked him for his time, and then walked back to our squad car, fully intent on reporting what we'd found so the department could apply for a warrant. And then right as we were about to drive off, I spotted something near one of the guy's basement windows. It looked like roots flapping in the breeze at first, but there was something off about the way they moved. They weren't moving with the breeze, they were sort of moving on their own accord, flapping up and down, and up and down. And I remember sort of squinting at them and thinking, what the hell? When it suddenly hit me what I was looking at. They weren't dry roots. They were fingers. Human fingers. I remember telling my partner that there was someone in the basement. Now he's like, huh? Because obviously he had no idea how I'd figured it out, but following my lead as I got out of the car and marched right back up to the guy's door again. The fingers were gone from the basement window when I tried to show him, but he trusted that I hadn't just hallucinated the whole thing and joined me at the guy's door when I knocked a second time. Now the guy came to the door saying, "I thought I told you two to get lost." Now he didn't open the door. He talked through it, which I guess was a smart move considering the circumstances. He just wasn't smart enough. I told the guy that we'd stay out of his property, but we just had an issue with one of our sergeants who didn't believe the 911 call had been accidental. He could either call the department, which might involve being put on hold for maybe 5 to 10 minutes, or he could walk to our squad car and talk to the sergeant on our radio, which would take no more than around 60 seconds. Now I laid it on thick, like we were sorry, like we might even be in trouble for bothering him, and he bought it hook, line, and sinker though. And then when he stepped out of his house and closed the door behind him, we pounced. We easily took the guy to the ground, then after putting him in cuffs with my partner standing guard over him, I entered the house, starting to clear it, and made my way to the basement. It was locked, but with the whole place rotting from the inside out, it only took a couple of kicks before those hinges gave way and I was able to sort of wench my way through the door panel. Now, flicking the light switch did nothing, and so I pulled my pistol from its holster and just started shooting. If you shoot your gun enough, you can just light up the whole hallway. Next time they ask you, just start twerking and walk away. Yeah, and just start farting in their face. Yeah, it's whatever. Never thought about borrowing a large sum from anyone but my folks, so I think it's crazy. Yeah. I don't know. I'm not trying to sit here and bitch about it forever. It was more like a psychological experiment in my mind to realize, I don't know. Do any of your girlfriends ever listen to your stories or streams? They all listen. They have a book club together. They gather and they listen to the streams and they complain about me and they say he's a fucking piece of shit. It's strange. They used to all hate each other, but then as soon as they had a mutual enemy, it's like they became bestest buddies. Why do I curse so much? I guess because I'm just evil. I'm just an evil bad guy, probably. As soon as I learned bad words when I turned 14, I just couldn't stop. Guess I slept for 18 hours. Hell yeah. Did you just sleep straight? They hate me. I'm just kidding. JK. They all have a fan club, a Facebook fan page. What's my favorite bad word? What's yours? I learned cuss words at 14. That's pretty late. Well, I was kept in a closet most of my life. Locked in there. And then as soon as I got out, I'm like, fuck, shit, fuck, fuckity, fuck, shit, fuck. When am I getting hitched? I don't know, man. I have no fucking clue. I have no fucking clue. Who knows? A villain in the Charlie's Angels movies. Which one's that? Who was even the bad guy in Charlie's Angels? Was it Charlie? He learned cuss words at 7. Whoa. You don't have to brag about it. That just means that I have half as much sin as you, right? Sleeping for 18 hours is practically competitive sleeping, yeah. Just trapped in the dream world. Please warn us so we can talk you out of it. I don't know. That is kind of a big fear in my mind is what if I'm like me right now, right? I'm me. I'm Joel. I'm chilling. I got the YouTube. I'm doing my thing. No kids, no contractual relationship. And then what if you just what if you do it? And then you just end up being one of the statistics that just it fails, and now I'm stuck in some terrible. I'm Jow. You know me, I'm Jorl, I'm Jow. But yeah, what if you just become one of the statistics who has to they say someone cheats on you or someone just loses interest in you or whatever, or maybe they married you just to take your money in general, and then now you're just stuck in an endless. My buddy literally just got out of a 2-year process of divorce from his ex, and it was insane. I told you guys about this before, but she was insane. And I know, you have to take my word for it, but I know you guys don't know any of them, but she was genuinely insane. She became an alcoholic, a crazy person. She cheated on him multiple times, and then tried to frame him out to be the bad guy while trying to take custody of his kids. And I don't know. And like, you know, just to come out the other end, like, because I had to like bankroll this whole like custody situation, because in my mind I was just like, I either fucking help these kids like have access to their father, or they're literally going to be screwed for the rest of their life, stuck with their like lying fucking alcoholic mother. You know what I mean? And in many weird ways, like, helping them out ended up her like getting, I believe, a degree of sober. I think, at least we think so. Court mandated, you know. Don't get lonely, only want companionship. Oh yeah, for sure, yeah. And there is a hope, you know what I mean, to make that happen for the rest of existence at some point. Rachel, welcome to the Buttersock Cult. You now have access to bonus content. Joel's an alcoholic? I am not. No, I don't drink. I'm autistic, so that makes sense. Oh, wait, what? It sort of sounds like you're surrounded by a bunch of downers. Yeah, sometimes you learn about other people and you're like, what the fuck? Like, what the fuck? Everybody around me sometimes is just like so incredibly uninspiring. They're so incredibly uninspiring. Like, where's their drive? Where's their effort? Where's their like creativity? Where is any of their fucking like joy and life? And I'm like, oh yeah, it was sucked out of them by some other just devilish human soul. And it's just like, fuck, dude. Fuck me, man. How do you... So I'm just like, I don't know. Would I fall in love with someone here? Yeah, I'm in love with all you guys. You guys are... You're parasocial with me. I'm parasocial with you. You guys don't even know. I've been stalking you for months now. One day you're going to meet someone who knocks your socks off. Yeah, they're going to have a baseball bat and just smash my head in until my socks fall off. Yeah, you definitely shouldn't just have babies with just anyone. Yeah, you gotta probably plan it out a little bit, huh? Hey, Claudius, what's up, bro? How you doing? You say goodnight to me on the webcam. Thank you. Just like tapping on it. Watching me from like a hidden camera in my room. Do I think you'll find the right woman? It's really just a numbers game, right? Just like throw yourself out there in different contexts, whether you go up to someone to ask them out or use a dating app. Like, just try and stay in shape and try to keep being the best version of you, and then try and get out there and get on dates and stuff, and something good will happen, you know. And maybe it'll just be something that happens for 3 years, or maybe it'll something that happens like your grandparents who stayed together for 65 plus. You know, it's just, it is life. It is what it is. Never be on a dating app again. Well, then you just gotta like find someone you find attractive, and you kind of like loosely get to know them, and then eventually it'll just make sense to be like, hey, do you want to like go get dinner sometime? You got to do the Joker voice. So, my father says that you're really good for me. What if your perfect person is not in shape? Like you? Like, are you saying you have someone that you like, but they're like out of shape? Don't you think that's a bit fat phobic? Hey man, I've been chilling and working, but also been lazy when I can. Hope you're doing well too. Sorry to hear about your friend going through some... I'm just throwing out everybody's drama without their permission. You know me. Fucking gossip queen. After a 9-year relationship, the dating world will be tough and stressful. For sure, man. How hot is that hot tub? Let's just say my skin is sloughing off right now. Do you wanna build a snowman? You just have to carry around a D20 and roll for Riz. Dude, that'd actually be hilarious. What if that like actually affected your psyche? You know, someone in the same way people were like kind of like loosely superstitious about astrology or some shit. You're just one of those people who is kind of into D&D. So you roll a dice and you're like, fuck yeah, I'm gonna nail this. Or what you should do, that would be actually great. If you were like a hot chick who constantly had people like hitting on you, so every time they asked you out, you just rolled a fucking Dungeons and Dragons dice. A D100. A crit fail, yeah. If they roll a 1, you have to kill them with a machete. Celebrity crush? Sydney Sweeney? No, I don't know. I don't really care about the celebs anymore. Who's even cool to look at or even listen to? Maybe like Daniel Day-Lewis. I have a crush on Daniel Day-Lewis. He's the only one left. What's the Let's Read live read tour? I mean, that would be cool. I wouldn't mind it. Well, no, I would mind it. I don't know. I feel like if I traveled around and performed all the time, my immune system would be so bleh. Didn't Sydney Sweeney latest movie flop? I'm not sure. I don't know. I haven't seen like any of her shit. I literally don't know a single movie Sydney Sweeney has been in. I just know Boob 1 and Boob 2. I bought a really cool metal CNC die that roll occasionally for real life choices. That's awesome. Madam Web? Was that hers? Joel, when do we get to play Fortnite with you? Probably never. I just don't play Fortnite, honestly. It's not my spag, baby. Maybe we can play Ark together. Dude, okay. Honest statement. If you guys haven't played Ark Raiders yet, it's one of the most fun and satisfying, but also infuriating games to play ever. Like, you'll have some like crazy interaction out in the field, you know, where some crazy firefight that you make it out and you come out on top and you loot their bodies and get a bunch of good shit, but then it's not over. You still got to extract, buddy. You still got to get out of there. And then all of a sudden, maybe like the robots will attack you, or another squad will just third party you out of nowhere, and it's just so fucking frustrating. Like, those moments of like highs and lows are so insane. It's like worse. It's actually worse than gambling, I think. Like, it's almost reminds me a little bit of the emotions that you feel with gambling. Anyways. Flicking the light switch did nothing, so I pulled my pistol from its holster, flicked on the flashlight attachment, and then crept down in the dark. So I flicked on the flashlight attachment, Jesus Christ. So I flicked on the flashlight attachment on my pistol and crept into the dark, calling out police department. And then as I listened, I heard this muffled groaning coming from what looked like a closet. The door was padlocked, so I had to search through piles of debris and rusty tools before I found anything that could be clipped. Wait, wasn't the person's like fingers? Didn't they also hate Overwatch? Yeah, but like Overwatch has I don't know. Overwatch is just like a fucking cringe community, right? There's just, I don't know. There's no fun to be had in that anymore. It's been like everything of it has been completely... Would you love me less if I told you I play Overwatch? Well, perfect time, Cassandra. It's okay. I played it for, Jesus Christ, I played it from like probably 2016, 17 until like probably the past year. And I somehow was able to escape it because it was an addiction. It was a genuine addiction of mine. Well, it was just the game that you automatically load up. But it was like I was addicted to the rage. I was addicted to how frustrating it was to have like the most brain dead teammates ever. No matter how much I sat there and said that it was terrible, I was addicted to the feeling of toxicity, the rage virus deep inside of us. I was bitten by a screaming monkey. And no, listen, when I say I was addicted, it wasn't that I like genuinely liked it. It was the fact that I could recognize that subconsciously, as much as I like hated that fucking game, I could not stop. I could not stop. I was bitten by a Winton. I got bit by Winton Overwatt. Overwatt. Peanut butter. I like to think that like Winton goes up to Widowmaker's ass and goes, peanut butter. And he just takes a fingerful. But yeah, fuck that. Fuck the game. Fuck the game designers. They're ugh. Fuck Blizzard. Fuck all that shit. Anyways. The door was padlocked, so I had to search through piles of debris and rusty tools before I found anything that could clip it off. But when I did, and I opened the door, I was greeted by a cage. Oh my god, my voice is squeaking like a little squonker. But when I did, and I opened the door, I was greeted by a cage, and inside it was a young woman who had some kind of mask attached to the lower half of her face. She burst into tears when she saw that it was a cop opening the door and not her captor. And then after I removed the mask, which doubled as a kind of gag, she kept saying thank you, thank you, thank you through her tears. It turned out it was the guy's niece, who had been sent to live with him by her parents after a period of very unruly behavior, quote-unquote. He'd built the cage and closet. Wasn't she like reaching out through the... Was there a window near her cage? Or did she get out of her cage and then put her shit on? Winton says, I'm a scientist. Like the autism doctor says, I'm a surgeon. I'm a surgeon. Holy shit. Was that show real? That's like one of those shows that I just feel like somebody wrote it knowing that it was hilarious as they wrote it, but somehow convinced everyone that it was like a progressive thing or something. Like the good dog. Like what the fuck? Like everyone along the line while making that had to have just been like, what are we doing? But whatever. No one said anything yet. I feel like that's like low-key how you do comedy anymore. You just have to like convince people that what you're actually doing is for the great. This is actually for the greater good. We're normalizing autistic surgeons or something. I don't know. Have I ever worked with an autistic doctor? Oh, dude, every doctor I had ever interacted with had to have some degree of autism. They were fucking weird people, and not like the good doctor kind, like the hidden kind, like the hidden sort of like psychopath shit. Like there's just something fucking weird about them. Whether it's like a narcissistic personality, not to like label everybody narcissistic, but genuinely speaking, like fucking doctors IRL, like to come across one that's like talented in what they do and has good bedside manner is like finding a fucking diamond in your own asshole that's just been forming overnight. Lilona Zuka, Lenonita Zuka with the 5 says, I don't know if anyone remembers when I asked for dating advice back when I had a date. Update, we broke up 3 months later. I'm still healing. Oh. What was your question in the beginning? And yeah, what happened? Sociopathy. Yeah, every doctor's a sociosmath. He'd built the cage and closet right next to the basement door, and at first we figured that it was for light and air, but the point was to taunt her with a view of the outside world that was too high. And at first we figured it was for light and air, but the point was to taunt her with a view of the outside world that was too high for her to reach. But then how did she stick her fingers out the window? I'm probably hearing you ask. Well, through weeks of practice, that's how. She had calluses on her feet from scrambling up the rough, uneven stone wall, and she said it hurt at first, but she couldn't even make it a few feet. But with practice came calluses, and those calluses made it so she could scramble all the way up the wall before grabbing onto the ledge. And she said she broke the window late one night after climbing up the wall, and when her uncle wanted to know where all that blood had come from, as she had cut her fingers up something really bad, Did anyone else think that Ralph Phineas looked like a buffer version of Homer Simpson in 28 years later? Wait, 28 years later, what? Buffer version of Homer Simpson. Wait, who? I gotta look this up. Who was Ralph Phineas in that? Was he in that? Who was he in that movie? Oh, was he the doctor? Was he the old man doctor? That movie sucked so fucking bad. Holy shit. Moskov Main 01 says, love your voice. How old are you? Play CS2, Counter-Strike 2. I'm 35, and I tried Counter-Strike, but I just never really got into it, so I just don't like the spray pattern concept. You have to, like, memorize spray patterns, and that to me is just, like, really weird with, like, you know, that kind of stuff. Oh, that's crazy. It's crazy when you see, like, an old man, like, he's, like, buff like this, and it's, like, so obvious that they gave him, like, testosterone, but they'll probably sit there and... Yeah, he transformed his body at 62. And how you can, too. Oh, by injecting testosterone directly into your asshole? Like, I'm so fucking sick of, like, Hollywood lying to people all the time, saying at 62, you can just get you can, like, add fucking 20 pounds of, like, straight lean muscle into your body. Like, get the fuck out of here. Like, 25-year-old men who are natural struggle to fucking do that shit, you know? I'm not even joking. Like, the majority of the muscle that I, like, gained in my life, body compositionally, probably came from when I was the ages of, like, 14 to 17. Whenever you're, like, going through puberty and you have all that, like, human growth hormone and, you know, increased testosterone, all of those fucking hormones blasting through your body. That's, like, probably the most ideal period of time to, like, work out. Because you just, like, that period of transformation, you're just, like, literally anything you do, your body will adapt. I should write a gossip column. What should we gossip about? Winton's peanut butter finger. Did you ever do steroids? No. Get that freak out of here. That's what it's called. That's what the gossip. Get the freak out of here with Joel. You ate too much ice cream, your tum-tum hurts. You should eat more. Yeah, I can gossip about Hassan for the 9,000th time. Hassan and all those guys, they're just like lol cows to me, you know, at this point. And I guess that's kind of the entertainment, right? Is that all these, like, streamers are just like their reactions to things are just, like, so incredibly abnormal. I guess that's why people watch them, is they're just, like, abnormal human beings. I remember when people taught David Dobrik did steroids when he got buff. Yeah, I remember that, like, even more recently you found out that Miskiff kid, who's, like, psycho, the way he treated that Emaru girl, he was on steroids. And that's how in, like, a really short period of time he got his bench up to, like, 315, which was probably the most impressive thing of his career. That's my keys to the bathroom, so I don't have to hear about Hassan. Yeah. I won't suffer you through any of that, don't worry. There's really nothing left to say. Who gives a shit? These guys are all fucking bonkers. Who's Hassan? He's my dad. We don't talk about him. She said she broke the window late one night after climbing up the wall, and when her uncle wanted to know where all the blood had come from, as she cut her fingers up something awful, she lied and said that she got her period. Now, being an almost perfect Mormon, the guy believed her and didn't even think to check her for any actual wounds. And after that, it just became a case of waiting for the right moment to signal visitors. And there was no calling out to them because the guy had learned pretty quickly that if he didn't want to get caught, he'd have to gag her and silence her. But that meant that we were the third set of visitors he tried to signal, and after failing with the first two, she was just about ready to give up. And it was only when she heard my partner say, "My name is Officer such and such," Hutch and Putch. My shaker bottle melted into goo in the dishwasher. That's awesome. How did it get that hot? Because it was made out of goo. It was actually just candle wax shaker. It was made out of gummy bears. Going for 2 hours and you just came? Hell yeah, dude. We're 2 hours and 16 minutes. Benjaminathan Buttonson. You should change your name to that, Justin. Justin, what are you going to do for your birthday? Is it now? It was a Hassan Piker shaker. It was a Dr. Disrespect shaker. It had just the mustache and the glasses on it. It was only when she heard my partner say, "Poopy." It was only when she heard my partner say, "My name is Officer such and such," that she realized that the cops were there. At which point she started scrambling and signaling like crazy in the hopes that we'd spot her. And then by some miracle, we did. Now I'd like to say that there was some grand happy ending to this whole story, that the girl was returned to her family and the guy went to prison for 100,000 million years. But all I know is that the girl was not returned to her family, who were deemed unfit to take care of her, and she ended up in the foster care system for a couple of years. The guy who kept her prisoner in her basement ended up going away for probably 15 years, which is undeniably a good thing. But I sometimes get the feeling that some punishments just don't fit the crime. That girl was... LTK Fusion, thank you, bro. Good to see you. Be the Tim Robinson to my Paul Rudd. Dude, it's so funny. Like, I've watched that movie twice, the Tim Robinson thing, and people say it wasn't good, but I genuinely thought as long as you just thought of it as like a series of just like Tim Robinson sketches, like intertwined with some loose story, it was funny, you know? I do kind of somewhat want to know why, like, it to have a degree of story that made more sense, because like he was kind of like his more ridiculous self in almost all scenarios where he's saying ridiculous stuff, and so like within that context it doesn't necessarily make sense why he was always kind of like crazy, because the movie never really came off as like it had to be parody. Because I just, if it is parody and he is kind of a crazy guy, why did his wife, who's seemingly normal, marry him? I don't know. They never really, like, explained the backstory. But I guess at the end of the day, it's one of those ones where you don't really need a backstory for that movie. I have some popcorn in my fridge. We poured copious amounts of butter and brown sugar so to have at dinner. You call dinner Hey guys, ready. Wait, so you made popcorn, you put it in the fridge. Why was that? Why did you do that? Why the hell did you do that? What the hell is your problem? When's Hey mom, when's ready? That girl is filled with the memories of her captivity and abuse for the rest of her life, while her sick psycho uncle is going to be out in less than 10 years if he even behaves himself while he's inside. She might never get to the point of leading a normal life, The scars will always be with her, visible or not. But that guy spent some time and money building a cage in his basement so he could live out some gross power fantasy with his own flesh and blood. At this point, I'd be more surprised if he didn't do it again. But I also take comfort in the idea that if he does, there will be some very focused-eyed officer, much like myself, to bring him to justice all over again. Did you guys watch the new Frankenstein? Somebody said it was really good. You're my Christian and my Anastasia. What's that one? Christian and Anastasia? Oh, the 50 Days of Ray or something. I haven't seen that movie. Is there like a lot of poop play in it? It's like primarily poop play, right? Basically the whole, like right out the gate, she gets handcuffed to the wall and he just has like a bucket of shit that he's been shitting in. And he just starts sloshing it around. I thought he had like a dunking booth. He had like a dunking booth, kind of like you see at the carnival, where like a clown yells funny things as you try to hit the target. He puts her on that, and then he basically just winds up a freaking change-up speedball and just a big pool of shit. I think it was one of the cut chapters. I don't know. Also, that girl from that, the only thing I remember is she was in that movie, and then she was in the SNL sketch where she's like, "See ya, Mom and Dad, I'm joining ISIS." And then like somebody in like an ISIS truck comes and like picks her up for college. That was like probably one of the only, they're like funnier sketches, and it was like a long time ago. And then that's it. That's all I remember her from. I feel like you don't want to start your movie career with like a weird scat fetish flick. You kind of want to ease into that towards the end. But I guess maybe you might lose your sort of physical appeal by the time you're into your like scat phase of life. Skitty scat man. Do you start off with commercials? Yeah, you start off with commercials, and then you get your serious roles in. Nothing like fetish. You don't do anything where you play like radio, Cuba Gooding Jr. radio style or anything like that. And you try to avoid comedies so that people take you seriously between the roles. Because like once you do comedies, there's really no going back, because it would be so hard to take you seriously. Hence why it's like even seeing like Robin Williams in that one like Picture Perfect movie or whatever it was, where he would take pictures of people and then kill them or something. He did a great job in it. He plays very serious roles, but I don't know. Once you see him in Flubber, there's no going back, buddy. Why am I so obsessed with butts and poop? I don't know. I think it's just out of jokes. I am out of material. I got nothing left to say but butts and poop. Because he's a boy. Yeah. Because I have a penis. I have one of those abstract danglers. If you got a penis, it's directly correlated to the amount of butts and poop you're into. Or Jim Carrey when he tried to do that one horror movie. Oh yeah, the number 23. I actually kind of like the number 23 a little bit. But I don't remember any of it. Just rewatched Jumanji weekend. I've been doing VHS every weekend. That's awesome. Yeah, Jumanji's good. And it was like, there was actual like pretty serious tension in that one. He likes shituations. What if you find yourself in a shituationship? My son and you would have a heartwarming poopy conversation. Probably, man. It's like, however old he is, that's like where my comedy peaked. I was a polite negotiator for more than 2 decades, and as you can imagine, I saw my fair share of messed up situations and even more messed up endings to these said situations. But out of all of them, this is the one that springs to mind whenever someone asks which are the most memorable. Now, one night I got a call about a barricada. Now, one night, I got a call about a barricaded suspect in a downtown apartment building. The guy was armed, and he'd already shot at the cops once already, and he was threatening to set the whole building on fire if anyone tried to break down his door. I jumped in my car and drove downtown. Then when I arrived at the apartment building, 2 cops guided me to the elevator and up to the floor of the barricaded apartment. After 20 years in this line of work, I've learned that being a police negotiator isn't really about talking, it's about listening. Everyone imagines... I was just thinking, being like a police negotiator, like, no one ever listens to me. I'll fucking shoot all of you. I'll fucking kill everyone. Fucking everybody sucks. The world sucks. Donald Trump sucks. But then you as the negotiator, like, chill out. What the fuck is your problem? That's fucking stupid. That would be me choosing all the worst dialogue trees. Daddy, chill. You're kind of a fucking a-hole. Yeah, okay, I don't think you could even, kill all of us, even if you tried. Anyways, fucking stop. Hey, cut it out. Hey, unhand her. Hey, leave us alone. No one even likes you, you fricker. And then it's like a wide shot of the apartment and it all just explodes outwards like 9/11. If you kill everyone, that's not chill at all, swag dog. Swag dog. Hey, swag dog. Sorry I'm late. I was getting pho. I was getting Vietnamese pho. So I might have diarrhea and I have to leave early here. After 20 years in this line of work, I've learned that being a police negotiator really isn't about talking, it's about listening. Everyone imagines it's all smooth words and quick thinking, but the truth is, the best negotiators are patient, quiet, and calm when everyone else is losing it. You spend most of your time trying to understand what brought someone to that breaking point, because there's always a story behind the gun, behind the barricade, behind the threat. And in this case, our suspect had just sort of snapped. He was a recently released felon who had been working a job program, and from what I could gather, he clearly hadn't been ready to join. He hadn't been ready to work at Dunkin' Donuts. You're really throwing off the vibes. Swag dog. He was a recently released felon who had been working a job program. Oh my god, I sound like a fucking robot. Do you like eating out or eating at home more? I guess I like eating out more, because if I'm eating out, I'm probably with people or something and having just a jolly good time. Do you enjoy eating out or eating ass? Do you know how to even cook? Maybe someone could do that for me. Just make me something fucking good. My one friend, I was saying, I went over to his house earlier, and he said, his mom's from Cambodia, and she was visiting, and she made us the pho, just a big fucking giant bowl of ramen noodle meat and garnish and seasoning. You know what I mean? It was just really good. And he was like, he's like, dude, this is what we had every day. This is what we had every day. It was just like some form of like pho or, you know, I mean, granted, I guess I had home cooked meals and all that kind of typical type shit or whatever. But at the same time, like this shit, just knowing that it was always like warm, like always like an endless degree of like well-sourced nutrients bullshit that was just like warm and nice. I'm just like, this is what the sumo wrestlers ate. I told her that. I said, hey, Buddy's mom, do you know this is what the sumo wrestlers eat? She said, I know. I made it for him. Why don't I cook? I mean, I cook. I cook shit here and there. Fucking grill some shit. Fucking stir fry some shit. Fucking throw shit in the air fryer. Fucking throw shit in the shit. Just throw shit around. But it's like, you know, I'm single, man. Live on my own, and sometimes it's just fucking easier to like go hang out with people and eat or do whatever. Like if I had a family, yeah, we'd be cooking all the fucking time, etc. Man, I'm literally cooking up some spooky ass stories right now, for real. I do cook for Pradeep though. I make him a pilot of granulated kiblets every night and I pour it into his bowl. It's a really long process. Pradeep gets pho. He gets Vietnamese pho. He's my greatest foe. He was a recently released felon who had been working a job program, and from what I could gather, he clearly hadn't been ready to rejoin society. He said his boss just kept talking to him like he was a bitch, and so he smacked him around a little. He said his boss just kept talking to him like he was lesser than, so he smacked him around a little before quitting. The cops then went to his door to cart him off to jail, and that's when he opened fire on them through the door with what the officers said was a large caliber semi-automatic rifle. And when I asked him what he wanted, he just said that he wanted to leave the country. He'd rather than... God damn it. Ramen or pho? Oh. And when I asked him what he wanted, he said that he wanted to leave the country. He'd rather die than go back to prison. He hated America, and he'd rather be a gringo with no español than go back to wearing prison blue. I tried telling him that that wasn't going to happen, that the only way out was to stay within the realm of realistic options. And he replied that his position hadn't changed, and if we broke down that door, the building was going to go up in flames. Over the next hour or so, I just kept on trying to reason with him by shouting down a short corridor. Not the most ideal way of communicating, but it was effective enough for me to determine that our perp wasn't alone in his apartment. Oh no, his mother was in there too. And once we realized that, the situation changed radically. It was no longer about getting our perp out of his apartment. It was about getting his mom out so SWAT could do their job without getting her hurt. But when I suggested that he allow her to leave, and owing to his belief that we'd somehow hurt her, the perp refused to allow his mom a way out. She hadn't spoken much during the standoff. She hadn't. Realistic options. We blow this fucking place up and both of you die. Or you go to Mexico. I respect you so much for helping me relax and sleep. Hey, you're welcome. Lipstick Lisa, I got you. Have you guys made buldak ramen before? No, what's in that? What the flip is that? Sounds scary. I'm drinking pho out of my mug. Nice, dude. It's called Fug. This is my Fug. She hadn't spoken much during the standoff. I mean, so much so we didn't even realize that she was in there till she finally spoke up. But when her son refused to let her leave, she got very vocal in trying to persuade him otherwise. Being very much on our side, she kept telling her son to do the right thing and give himself up, or if he wasn't going to surrender, he should at least let her leave because no mother should have to watch their son die in front of their eyes. You might think that this was something I appreciated, having someone on the inside to wear him down psychologically. In reality, I had the complete opposite reaction. It sounds crazy to say it, but by the time she was bringing up the prospect of imminent death, I actually appreciated the perp telling her to shut the F up. I didn't say it out loud. You don't ever want to say anything overtly negative, but as a negotiator, you want to keep your perp calm, but above all, you want to keep them hopeful. Sometimes I think the most effective words in my arsenal are, "No one has to die here today," because it gives a perp hope. So when his own mother announced her belief that he wasn't long for this world, I don't think a single other sentence could have caused him more agitation. I tried saying, "Your mom's going to be fine, and so are you," but he wasn't even listening to me anymore. He was focused entirely on his mom as she talked about how she might die and how he might die and how they'd see it. I called those 7 words. He wasn't even listening to me anymore. What country has the best food? Let's think. Antarctica. Oh man, what do we got? I guess probably the United States, because we got everything. Everything you could possibly imagine. It's all mashed into a big thing called New York. Spain or Italy? Aren't you from Spain? So you're kind of biased. I do really like Mexican food. I love Asian food. I mean, let's think. What's the defining, like, what would be the defining concepts of said places for their food? Do I live in New York? I know. I'm in Pennsylvania. But I was just thinking of New York because it's got, anytime I visited, they just have, you can go anywhere. All you can eat Russian bathhouse food with leaves and olives, or you can go to a Japanese buffet. You can go to a street vendor that sells veal. They kill the baby cows right there in front of you. You can drink the blood. You got options, honestly. Best country for spicy food. Kvass. What's kvass? Penguin on a stick. I think a creamy carbonara is the only one I could do with all the sauce. Ceviche. Oh, now I know that actually. What is that again? Ceviche. Ceviche with fish. Ceviche is a dish of raw seafood typically marinated in citrus juices like lime and lemon that cooks it without heat. Damn, I don't think I've ever... Have I? That's interesting. I want that in a fucking burrito. And then in my belly. ASAP Rocky. You don't have a favorite country food in general? I mean, I do. I love Mexican. I love Asian shit. It's probably 2 of the ones I eat the most. What other foods they got? Oh yeah, like some Middle Eastern stuff is amazing. Italiano, obviously. I'm not sure I'd be able to identify Ecuadorian. Oh yeah, Japanese. I don't know. It's so hard to say what's like the best one because they're just all so fucking good. I mean, throwing everything into a burrito does sound pretty, Indian food. I mean, a lot of it has a lot of like Venn diagram crossover type shit for sure. What about a goddamn bacon cheeseburger? What about that, huh? Thai food, Hungarian food, and I'm not saying best. Yeah, if you would, what does that encompass though? Like, what kind of food? Cheeseburger from Germany? I don't know. I don't know the origins of the cheeseburger. Cheeseburger. Okay. I called out those 7 words. No one has to die here today. But on that occasion, they didn't even make a dent in the screaming and shouting that came from the other side of the door, which got louder and louder before bang, bang, bang. There was this dead silence for a couple of seconds, and at first I thought that the shots might have been directed at us through the apartment door. It turns out they weren't fired at us, but we didn't figure out exactly... But we didn't figure out who exactly the perp was aiming at until we heard him whimpering, "What have I done? What have I done?" And that night was the only time in my whole career, my whole life in fact, that I ever asked another man, "Did you just shoot your mom?" Then a second later, we all heard this very tearful, strained reply of, "Yeah, I shot her." And the cops behind me couldn't believe it, and neither could I till I had heard how cracked his voice was and how silent she was. And call me cold-hearted, but all I remember thinking was, work the angle. And I know it must sound harsh, but I was in work mode, and if I did my job well, then lives might have been saved, and that's all I could focus on. I told the perp if he tossed his gun out into the corridor, we could get EMTs into his apartment to help his mother. But once again, he was barely listening. He just kept yelling, "Mom, Mom, wake up," and it took quite an effort to drag his attention away from that. But even after offering him help for his mother, the guy still wouldn't surrender, and he'd yell stuff through the tears. Pretzels on fucking fire. That's my favorite food. Have you tried Greek food? I have, yeah. Greek's good too. There is like a Greek-focused food around here that I should honestly try again. It's been forever. Hungarian food is close to Polish or German. Okay. So 1 minute in my shower, my cat started meowing so loud to come inside. Would your cat like climb into the shower with you? That'd be funny. Just get completely soaked as it like still tries to walk between your legs. Is Greek Mediterranean? I think there's definitely some crossover there for sure. Blankland food is good too. Iceland, Greenland. Yeah, what do they eat? Like whales? Whales and polar bears? Oh my. And he'd yell stuff through the tears about his right to defend himself and his family. And I tried my best to get those EMTs into that apartment, but when it came down to brass tacks, the perp cared more about keeping his ass out of prison than saving her life. And then not long after, he started yelling about how she was dead. And I knew he was telling the truth. I could hear it in his voice. But like I said, it was up to me to keep him hopeful. I yelled back that he didn't know that she was dead, that her pulse might just be weak and her breathing might be very shallow too. He replied that he'd been checking her pulse for the last 5 minutes. She was dead and he knew it. After a tap on the shoulder from one of the SWAT guys, I got to work trying to distract him. I started asking him if he was still wanting a car and a plane ticket to Mexico, and when he said he did, but didn't believe that we'd ever deliver them, I told him that we were already arranging it. We didn't want anyone else to die, and as far as we cared, he was Mexico's problem now. He called the BS, and rightfully so, but repetition, as they say, is the mother of all learning, and I kept on saying it over and over, fitting it into any place I could. I tell him how that car was on the way and how we could get him on a commercial flight that very same night, no questions asked. He could even hold... Can't believe this guy got to just go to Mexico for free. What inspired me to start this channel? I just wanted to have a job that wasn't my other job. pretzels on fucking fire. Reading is Joel's favorite hobby. I do wish that I read more. How do I read? What do I do to just start reading? You know what I'm saying? Do I just pick up a book and go? What if it's a shitty book? What if it's a boring book? What if I don't like it? Do I just burn it? Do I rip the pages out of it and scream? It just seems like so much effort. He could even keep hold of his gun if he wanted to. He just had to promise not to fire at police after we backed away from the parking lot. Now, much like yourself, our perp was calling BS, saying the cops would never just give someone a car and a plane ticket. And I said that if he didn't believe me, he could look out into the parking lot and see for himself, because there was a navy blue Bronco gassed up and ready to drive. And there was a moment of near silence as I heard the perp's footsteps on the other side of the door. And then all of a sudden, there was a bang, followed by a smash of glass, and the thud of a limp body hitting the floor. When a perp executes a hostage or otherwise poses a serious and imminent threat to innocent life, the game changes completely. We go from trying to preserve all human life, including the hostage taker, to doing our damnedest to prevent him from doing any additional harm. And that meant, from the moment that the SWAT guy, sir, we're going to shoot him in the head, if that's okay with you. Take the shot. I wish read more as well. Used to read much more when I was in school. Start with a book that pertains to a movie you've seen and see if you like the author, and maybe start from there with the specific author. That's a good idea, actually. Something... That's why it's I made it decently far into The Hobbit and Lord of the Rings 1. the squeakquel. Lord of the Rings, the squeakquel. I feel like maybe are there a lot of books with just a bunch of short sci-fi in it? In all honesty, I read Japanese literature books, so I recommend something that's going to be boring. Is their literature pretty boring? Let's Read's thinking about getting into reading. Read mangas. I do have a bunch. Philip K. Dick's short story collections. Maybe that's where I start. You just start with the short stories and evolve from there. Joel Embiid. That's my real name. Joel Frankenstein. Read Berserk. I think I have Berserk on my shelf over here, but it's unopened. I don't know. My hope is maybe I'll just hand all those books to my future children, my future grandchildren, and they can just read them. Okay, honest question. What specifically is the biggest contributor to making a kid actually want to read? Because I feel like your brain, it's what do they call it? Calisthenics for your brain, right? Is reading. You're constantly putting your brain into situations that the person's in. You're learning how to read, you're learning how to write, you're learning all sorts of shit. Oh, read to them. Okay, that makes sense. Read stories to them, they're going to want to... Okay, that makes total sense. And how early do you have to start? As soon as possible? Definitely graphic visuals. Reading things that interest them. Choose your own adventure. I was heavy into Star Wars as a kid. We didn't have Star Wars content aside from books and comics in the 90s. Yeah, that's awesome. See, that actually makes way more sense. Poverty. Yeah, just make them poor. My mom read to me as early as in utero, and now I'm a professional writer and editor. Huh. Guess that makes sense, right? Start early on something and then it will just be part of their baseline psyche. Turn to books because you were lonely. Okay, that makes sense. I know my one buddy, he told his kids they could stay up as late as they wanted as long as they were reading a book. So that was kind of a guilty pleasure for them is like, oh, I'm staying up late, but I'm reading, you know? And then eventually it turned into like, they read all Harry Potter books, all 8 of them or something in like the span of a couple weeks or something. And it's like, holy shit, that's sick. Maybe people of the past were smarter because they don't have internet and just read books. I mean, that's 100% it, right? I mean, you're more intelligent, you're more devoted and able to focus on one singular task, such as figuring out like how the goddamn cosmos works or whatever. And yeah, you don't sit there and scroll on your phone till your brain shrinks and, you know, shit comes out of your nose. Book it. Yeah, I remember the book. Dude, the book fair, I don't know why. I've always just had such a contentious relationship with reading as a kid. Like ever since like when I was a kid, we'd go to book fairs and it's like, I would get like picture books and I would buy like just the stupidest shit. Other people, I'd see them get these massive chapter books and I would just be like so jealous. Like they had some type of fucking weird ass, you know, psychic ability that I just didn't have. But then it's like, if you really think about it, you're just sitting there and you're staring at a thing and just reading. But maybe I just can't fucking pay attention because I'm a fucking idiot. Book fair when you bought a book and I know, right? They just like stay there. Your mouth just watered for the Scholastic Book Fair. You're just walking up to get Captain Underpants, straight up drooling. Supposed to star in the Supernaturalist adaptation for Ion Colfer back in the day. Anyone read that book? Say what? I thought you were supposed to be Hercules on FX. Try reading in bed before you sleep. It helps you get to sleep better. Yeah, I just sit in my bed, I'll lay and I'll stare at my screen watching Hearthstone video, or people play Hearthstone. And then as soon as I start to feel my phone fall out of my hand, I'm like, well, better switch to my like relaxing sleep video, which is just ASMR of someone churning butter. That meant, from the moment that SWAT guy tapped me on the shoulder and whispered that they had a police sniper in position, I had one job and one job only: get the perp to look out the window. Those are by far the worst kind of jobs, when you walk away feeling like the goddamn Grim Reaper, having just talked a man into his death. The only thing that keeps you sane is knowing that doing so prevents others from suffering identical fates. What's happening? What do you mean, what's happening? Did something bad happen? What's happening? What is happening? You can try reading the I Survive series. They're honestly pretty interesting, real stories about people going through tragedies and stuff and making out with each other. Yeah, honestly, I feel like those like short stories, anthologies to me, I think would be the most interesting, because you like kind of get in, get out type vibe, type shit, you know what I'm saying? I do feel like the guy who reads 20,000 words a week for YouTube, judging himself for not reading, is a little funny, though. Your reading for the channels is still important. That's true. It's just like, for some reason, I cannot tell. I genuinely cannot tell if all the words that I read every week are assisting my brain in the same way, because then when I actually sit down to actually read something, it's like I cannot fucking just sit and do it. It's like maybe you just had to decondition one's brain to all the other distractions. But for some reason, I feel like the other distractions are really important. Maybe I should smoke crack. Yeah. I just need a little crack is all. Just a little bit of crack. Just a teeny tiny bit. I do remember more recently I heard about a friend who he recently got very heavy into Adderall. And he takes Adderall, and then he can just like literally sit and read books all day. Just sits there and reads books and just tears through these books. And I was thinking, that's cool. I've never taken Adderall before, but I was actually kind of curious. I was like, what would happen if I took some Adderall and I just sat and read books? Probably wouldn't be good for the brain, honestly. Probably offset all the positives. You take Vyvanse and it's no different. Does it help? I mean, Adderall is just speed, though, really. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. Do I watch 48 hours videos? 48 hours? Who the hell's that? Is that the true crime stuff? No, I don't watch that. I don't really watch any sort of like true crime or scary content or whatever outside of like horror movies. What would happen if you moved to another country and started a completely new life? Oh man, I don't know. I don't even know if I would be successful. I feel like I'm just like not that social. And then if I had to like learn their language, it would just be like just enough to maybe go to the gym or go eat food or something, or go on do the basic things. I don't know how like stoked I would be to like wander around and try to like get to know people. I don't consume what I create. I do not know. I'm sorry. I kind of know how, you know what I mean? I've done it forever now. It's not like I really need to like see. I mean, if you guys ever have any ideas on what you'd like to see change or what you think could take this channel to the next level, let me know. But I mean, it'd be sick if like something could have, like every story would be animated. That'd be wild. What about English-speaking countries? Maybe it would force you to if you had to, I don't know. Yeah, where do you go? Where do I go? Maybe go to Ireland or fucking Does Greenland speak English? Probably not, right? They speak like Mishkata. Ireland, damn it. Ireland does speak like Gaelic and stuff. Greenland is deaf speaking, English speaking. Australia trip again, yeah. Yeah. But even there, it was like I only kind of went when my friends told me to go. It wasn't like I was like actively. I don't know. It's like, I don't even know. I'm just like, I am an adventurous type person. And I do have experiences by myself, I suppose, but it's like, it's just so much better when someone's like, hey, we're going to do a fucking thing. And I'm like, coming. I'll be right there. I mean, you should consider it even if it's just a moment, not forever, Yeah. I work for the UK's National Crime Agency, and for 6 years of that, I worked with its missing persons unit. I actually really enjoyed my time with the unit. It was good, clean detective work that made a real difference to people's lives. The success rate was fantastic too, and the vast majority of cases I dealt with ended with the missing person being found and brought home. But every so often, a case would take you to some very dark places. In the UK, if a person who's been reported missing doesn't return within 3 days, their name is fed into the NCA's Missing Persons Unit. I'd like to say that we get around looking for those people right away, but there tends to be something of a backlog to work through. So the file of a girl named Melissa, not her real name, had me bouncing on it. What languages are spoken in America, Joe? English, Spanish, and what else? I mean, America is filled with many, many enclaves of like individual language, individual cultures and shit, right? So like even though the majority is English, like Spanish is probably the second largest, and then, just everyone from all over everywhere is here. Somalian, fucking Kenyan, fucking Chinese, fucking Japanese, fucking Korea, fucking Skoongly Woongly, Just everything, man. But yeah, the majority of what you're going to come across is probably English. Tagalog, yeah, true. Philippines. I've never met someone who spoke Catalan or Basque. That's in Spain, right? I don't know any of that. If I had 3 wishes, one of them would be I want to be fluent in every language to ever exist. That'd be sweet. Isn't Mandarin the most spoken language? Maybe. Arabic? I don't know. Any Polynesians? Which island? Do you think about trigonometry at all? Yeah, I did the other day for some reason. It was like some question about, I think it was like an old meme where it was like how many sides are on an isosceles triangle or something, or like, and it was that one like, damn, I forgot. And then the isosceles triangle was basically like you have 2 sides of the triangle that are equal, and then the one at the bottom is, or like the other side is unequal to those. What the fuck? What's the angle at the top of the triangle called? Like the vertex or something like that? I don't know. But I do think about that sometimes, how like you can probably just use like, sacred geometry to like figure out, like if you were like a cheerleader, do you put the big one at the bottom or do you put them at the top? Cooper with the 5 says, I know you probably talked about it before, but what got you into storytelling? How long did it take you to be good at it? I don't know. You can go back and kind of like see. You can go back and see kind of how I've evolved over time. I would say it took, I don't know. I mean, people seem to enjoy it pretty early on. Like, that's the nice thing about your voice, is that sort of innate talent that may or may not have been given to you is very subjective to the listener. So like their enjoyment of you might be like right out the gate. But that doesn't mean that you can't just like, get better at your craft or whatever. And, but I would say to like get to the dictation that I am right now, and like my pacing and that kind of thing probably took me till like year 3 or 4 to like find where I am right now. But yeah, I got into it just because, I wanted to make a YouTube channel, and I just thought like reading would be the easiest thing to do, honestly. And I just kind of stuck with it. Do you guys think I should babysit a dog for an ex's cousin, or is it weird? Yeah, who cares? You're not going to see him, I guess, right? Long-time quiet listeners, I just wanted to share I'm purchasing my first house. My offer has been accepted and the legal stuff is going through right now. Boyfriend and I are super excited. Hey, congratulations. That's amazing. That is awesome. That's like a huge step and something that not a lot of people get to do, so that's really cool. I had to get used to your voice and reading style. Now I prefer it. Oh, okay, interesting. I know some people would probably just be like, I'm not, yeah. What made you stick with it, though, if, like, you had to get used to it? I would someday love to buy all 411, missing 411 books, way over 10 books over at some lonely abandoned cabin in the middle of nowhere, and just read all of his books. Just creeps alone to myself as a fantasy. It's 1,100 square foot home, 3-bed, 2-bath, 2 city lots, and 1 in a great fixer-upper. I'm so excited to turn it around. That's awesome. It's going to be beautiful. And right from there, you leverage it to the next, to the next, to the next, and you keep going. And when BlackRock says no, you tell them, eat shit. If you were friends with the ex's cousin outside relationship, then do it. Yeah, I'm sure it's just tangentially related. Do you know you saved lives? How do you feel about that? Yeah, how did I save lives? What do you mean? Tucked you down off of a huge ridge. I just heard a really loud and scary growling noise right outside my window, and I'm trying to tune it out with me. A scary growling noise. Are you sure it wasn't your belly? Clean my belly. Yeah, I saved you by giving you food. Here you go. Here's a snack. So the file of the girl named Melissa, not her real name, had been sitting on my desk for just over a week before I got around to it. According to the report of the IIO, that's the initial investigating officer, it was Melissa's mom that had reported her missing. Her daughter lived near Brighton with a friend-turned-flatmate, but when both suddenly stopped answering their phones, she started to worry. When the IIO called over to semi-detached Melissa and her housemate shared. Is that a thing, a semi-detached? Well, the tone of your voice was very similar to someone I've been friends with, but wasn't when I first started listening. There was absolutely more to it than that, but that was the start. Oh, that's cool. Thank you. Gracias. Now, this is my new tone. You're gonna have to get used to it. I hope I don't keep you up at night yet. We listened to an older Let's Read video, and for some reason you had the word Tanzania dubbed over, and I laughed. Yeah, that was like probably my worst editing job of all time. What did I call it? I kept calling it Tanzania or something. 11:11. Oh shit. Oh shit. Partial decapitation. Okay. When the IIO called over to the semi-detached Melissa and her housemate shared, no one came to the door. But after talking to a neighbor, he learned both Melissa and her flatmate had been seen recently, and nothing appeared amiss with either of them. Now, this was encouraging, but not conclusive, so I drove over to the address in the hopes of closing the case that day. The house in question was a lovely little place, with a small front garden and nice flower beds. After I rang the doorbell, a young woman opened the door, early 20s, petite, with sandy blonde hair and a big smile. She introduced herself as Helen, also not her real name, and as Melissa's housemate, who was only too happy to explain the situation. I was told Melissa had taken ill and was upstairs in bed. Helen, on the other hand, had been so rushed off her feet having to work and take care of her that she'd missed her mum's calls and forgotten to return them. And she seemed terribly sorry to worry everyone, but both she and Melissa were fine and were in no need of assistance. It sounded like a convincing story. She didn't appear to be hiding anything anyway. But we can't just take people's word for it when it comes to missing persons investigations. A case can't be closed that we either make face... Joel's doing the voice. Not only making people look at things differently and therefore they act or speak to someone differently, just changing paths. I'll say it's like this. You give someone joy, they share that joy with someone. On the edge of maybe I'm on the edge and you distract me, I don't know, man, and just have that feeling that you have. Oh, well, thank you. I appreciate that. Maybe that's why God put me in this position. Oh, yeah, I wanted to tell you guys that in some weird roundabout situation, I almost died yesterday. Probably not that close to actually dying, but sort of semi-almost dead. But basically, I was going to visit a friend a town over, and then before I left, my other friend wanted to join, so I went and picked him up, which put us maybe like a half hour behind schedule, which is fine. Well, you know what I should start? Well, I should start with a story about how a few weeks ago, at the beginning of October, I went out for dinner with a friend that I just mentioned that I picked up. It was his birthday. Now, he's a popular bloke, and he had maybe like 10 people at this like dinner party that we had together. Now, the one friend of his was in a bowling league, and he brought his one buddy who just kind of came off as like a random drunk, you know what I'm saying? And like he was hitting on the waitress and just being generally obtuse and annoying. And he literally just came from some other bar, like drove drunk from this other bar so that he could hit on the one chick behind the bar at that place. And it was just kind of an annoying asshole. And I was like, I felt bad because he seemed like a younger guy, you know what I mean? He just seemed kind of like, do you ever look into someone's eyes and you can kind of just see that they're like aimless in like a strange sort of way, so you feel almost like bad for them? But anyways, that's just to kind of give you a prelude to that person and their willingness to like drive drunk. Now, anyways, we were driving to my friend's place, and the only way to get to this other person's place is like through a town and then along this like mountain road that has like one 2-lane road on it. Well, opposing lane roads. And that road was shut down. It said detour, right? And so we're like, fuck, we gotta like drive around, take a highway to get to our friend. Now, later that night, I'm playing like Ark Raiders with friends, and my one friend like sends a text message. He's like, bro, look. And it was like some Facebook post. And it was literally the kid that I had mentioned about a month ago who drove drunk to meet us or whatever. And it was his mugshot. And he fucking was driving and like passed some car whenever he like wasn't even like allowed to pass on that road that we were going on, and crashed head on into another car, and people were like severely injured in that car crash. And then that was the exact car crash that had occurred presumably like a half hour before we got there, that made us go a different direction. And this was at, mind you, this was at like the middle of the day, right? So this guy was drunk, driving drunk, and like tried to pass into the opposing lane in the middle of the day drunk in his car. And it's just like, holy fuck, dude. And he like may or may not have cost the lives of like the people. We don't really know yet or anything, but I don't know. It was very, very sad to hear just all around. But also I was just like thinking to myself, like, holy shit, if I didn't go to pick up my friend, probably could have been in that crash. Not about drinking and driving so much as about knowing your fucking limit and being responsible. Yeah, I don't know. This kid, like, whenever I met him, he seemed kind of like, you know, you just get like a vibe where they just seem like they're just going balls to the wall, you know, drinking, driving, trying to fuck anything that moves, just being generally obnoxious. And if you're drinking all the time to the extent that you become a drunk, especially at that age where I feel like he looked like he was in his like 20s. Like obviously you can become an alcoholic in your 20s, but to become an alcoholic of that degree, of that intrusiveness at that, you know, young of an age, there's got to be like something underlying depression within inside of yourself that's led you to that point. It's very sad. I knew someone who got pulled over to call 911 after a drunk driver behind them, and the drunk driver crashed into them from behind. Oh my God. Many neighbors I've had involved in being in a crash and accident of sorts. It's petrifying. I mean, I can't imagine just like, I don't know, just like all of that excessive force and like craziness, just like, because I had another friend who, he went through a light at an intersection, but somebody was like turning left in front of him, but they shouldn't have turned left, and then basically sort of just like crashed into his side as he was going through the light, and he was going probably like 45 miles per hour, and you know, he essentially has not been the same since or whatever. Have you ever driven over 100 miles per hour on the road? I have, yeah. Whenever I was like 18, I had like some old Nissan Maxima or some shit, and that thing had power, dude. I don't know what the fuck that thing was, but that thing was, I just remember like getting up to 100 and you just feel the whole fucking car like shaking like it was about to fall apart and shit. But that thing it had a Bose sound system inside of it. It was like the best musical sound system I've ever had in a car. It was amazing. I just woke up from what seemed to be a looping dream, me breaking my diet over and over and over again. Damn. You never driven over 75. It's a little nerve-wracking, man. Ever played Disco Elysium? No, but on like 2 weekends ago, I ran into a guy at a Halloween party who I was like, what are you dressed at? Because he just looked like a professor, and he was like, showed me a character from Disco Elysium. And then I have another friend who says she like loves Disco Elysium because it's like just really, really funny dialogue. Why were I like that? What, driving 100 miles per hour? I don't know, it just felt good. I had the need for speed. A case can't be closed until we either make face-to-face contact or are given irrefutable proof of life image. What the fuck? You've been 180 miles per hour? Where did you drive that you went 100? What were you driving going 180? What console did I game on? I game on PC. A case can't be closed until we either make face-to-face contact or are given irrefutable proof of life images, such as those from high-definition time-stamped CCTV. So in light of that, I asked Helen if I could come inside so I could at least lay eyes on Melissa. And after Helen invited me inside, she asked me to wait in the hallway for a moment while she went and fetched something from the kitchen. And when she returned, she was carrying a tray with a bowl of soup on it and said that I was just in time for lunch. Now, the sight of the tray and the soup suggested Helen was too sick to get out of bed, so I asked what was troubling her. And Helen said that she thought that it was a viral thing that had really run her batteries down, so to speak, and so she just needed some bed rest. Helen added that Melissa had improved an awful lot over the past few days, but was still a bit too poorly to be going up and down stairs. Now, I promised I wouldn't stay more than a minute or two, and I was relieved that she was safe, at least partially sounding. Partially. Fast you drove was 165 kilometers per hour. I was dumb when I was a teenager. Yeah, no one blames you. Just be careful. Don't do it. Don't do it. Reconsider. Read some literature on the subject. You sure? Fuck it. Me and my older brother both did 180 and he got a bike and got it up to 177. Yeah, I've known some people that have died on motorcycles from just driving so fast. It's terrifying, man. I promised I wouldn't stay more than a minute or two, and I was relieved when... God damn it. God damn it. What the flip? You know, we got your back like chiropractic. I promised I wouldn't stay more than a minute or two, and I was relieved that she was safe and at least partially sound. But after Helen opened Melissa's bedroom door and I followed her inside, I found something very different to what had been described. Melissa was indeed right there, lying in bed in front of me, but it was clear that she'd been deceased for some time. Exactly how long was difficult to say, as it appeared Helen had been applying some kind of moisturizer or cream to Melissa's face. Her clothes appeared clean, meaning Helen was frequently changing them, because after she set down the tray and tried feeding Melissa a spoonful of what I think was chicken soup, it sort of just dribbled out of her mouth and onto the neck of the t-shirt she was wearing. It was a scene that, even thinking about it all these years later, makes the hairs on my arms and neck stand on end. But Helen acted like it was the most normal thing in the world. She said sweet, encouraging things to Melissa as she attempted to feed her, almost like the way a person talks to a child. When the soup sort of dribbled out of her mouth, she said something like, "Oh dear, making a mess again. But don't you worry, I'll get that cleaned up for you." Now, I've never seen anything that was so frightening, disturbing, and upsetting all at once, not in all of my time in the police. And so, and I'm ashamed to say, but all I could do for a minute or so was just sort of stand there, gawping and trying to work out what was going on. Seeing Helen revert to trying to feed a lifeless Melissa sort of jolted me back into my body, and then in the politest way possible, I asked if I might speak with her outside for a moment. She said yes, but only for a moment because she didn't want Melissa's soup getting cold. Salad fingers situation. The salad finger situation is insane. Are there no other mods in here? I don't know. There were like 4 when we started. And now everyone's just like, it's like I don't even pay them or something. Homestar wanna. Deferk? Boom. What Deferk? Boom. Yeah, every mod in here is on salary. And bennies. Benzodiazepines. Custon. Imagine if your name was Custon. What's up, guys? It's Custon. She said yes, but only for a moment because she didn't want Melissa's soup getting cold. Outside in the corridor, I did something that I'd done only once or twice per year and told a person I believed their loved one was deceased. Now, on every other occasion, this was greeted with either tears of grief or a grim sort of acceptance. But on this occasion, Helen looked at me like I'd grown a second head. She understood Melissa was looking a bit worse for wear, but she wasn't dead. In fact, she'd most likely just be up and about again over the next couple of days. I assured her, in the most tender manner I could muster, that was not going to be the case, and then reminded her that denial, a perfectly normal part of the grieving process, could be a very powerful thing when left unchecked. After that last part, I saw the briefest flicker of understanding in her eyes, and then it was gone. And after excusing herself, she tried walking back into the bedroom before the soup got cold. When she turned back, I informed her with just a smidge of sternness how what she was doing was against the law. Unless she surrendered Melissa's body to the relevant authorities, she would be arrested and charged. And when I said that, she turned nasty. She spun around, and with this look of anger and outrage in her face, asked if I was really going to arrest her for taking care of her friend. And I reminded her that as hard as it was to accept. Holy freaking crap, this bitch has gone nuts. Jill just approved a 1 trillion pay package for mods. Unfortunately, we're going to have to divert most of it over to Israel so they can kill everyone in the world with nukes. Is this a Fallout 76 Halloween theme for the background of the video? It is. It certainly is. A problematic trait you have is you tip too well. Why don't you just give them 5%? God damn it! I'm pissed. I'm pissed about your tipping. Traveling, trip customers, different and confusing. Not 5%, sorry, what do I mean? 20%. $5. Sorry, I'm thinking about $5. 5%. It's just like 5 cents. Just give them $1 and move on. I thought you're not supposed to tip in Canada. They have tips in Canada? Just the tip, just the tip. John Tippington? Justin Tippington? Oh, I'm so cold, dude. What the fuck? I don't want to hear too much of the stories. That's a good point. You don't want to spoil them. I know you can't tip for sure in Japan. Oh, they just like don't let you. Tippy long cocking. You can tip in the UK. Oh, thank God. That's exactly what I would do when I go over to the UK is just hand them everything. So you're saying it's the mods' fault we are fighting with other countries? Yeah, kind of. And not me and where I distribute my finances. Get a blankie. I need a snuggie. Pradeep's here. Oh. He's rubbing between my legs. He knows I'm cold. She spun around, and with this look of anger and outrage on her face, asked if I was really going to arrest her for taking care of her friend. I reminded her that, as hard as it was to accept, that wasn't what she was doing. When she pointed towards the stairs and told me to see myself out, I asked her not to make things any worse than they already were. Again, there was this brief moment where it looked like I was getting through to her, and then she flipped. Her eyes went all wide, and she started screeching at me to get the hell out of her house, and then seeing as I didn't want to aggravate her any further, I immediately began walking toward the stairs while saying, Okay, Helen, I'm leaving. But as I walked, I made one near fatal mistake and pulled my mobile phone out. She knew what that meant, and after lunging at me in a way I never expected, she slapped the phone out of my hands and it went tumbling down the stairs. I asked her to calm down as I walked down after my phone, but Helen screamed something about me trying to take her away. And then what I also didn't anticipate in the slightest was Helen launching herself down the stairs and onto my back so hard it sent us both crashing down the last few steps. The landing so thoroughly knocked the wind out of me that I was convinced that I must have broken a rib and maybe even punctured a lung. I could barely move for a second, but then feeling Helen's fingers reaching from my face, and more specifically my eye, spurred me into action. Now, I'm not going to pretend that it was some epic struggle. I was a 5'11" ex-rugby player, and she couldn't have been any taller than 5'4", but unleashing that kind of force on someone that I knew was just out of their mind with grief, that made for a struggle all of its own. Restraining her did no good at first, and Helen kept on trying to fight me, and it was only when I mentioned Melissa's family that I saw that flicker of understanding reappear in her eye. But that time, I didn't go away. Wait, what? Oh, it didn't go away. Tipping is everywhere in Canada. It's annoying, but it's only rude if you don't tip restaurants and services, but you don't have to tip on coffee shops, clothing stores and stuff. That's good. Why would you tip at a clothing store anyways? That'd be so funny. Imagine like just buying anything in America you had to tip. Okay, you got an Xbox? Where's our fucking tip? I had relatives up there for maybe half my life. They're deceased, but we went up there multiple times a year to Montreal. Quebecois French is so unique and spunky. Do you know Quebecois? Coffee? Imagine tipping at GameStop, yeah. I think all the GameStops are like out of business now. I don't really know. You don't tip and you pay on the counter. No leaving money on the table. Funny enough, I got my original Xbox from the Eaton Superstore in the mall across from Penthouse in Montreal. Nice. They got bought out and became EB Games again, I think. EB Games again? What, do they just rotate back and forth? I can't believe... Wait, I didn't even know EB Games was around. I thought GameStop bought up all the EB Games. That's so crazy. How was EB... That's crazy that there's just like a power play back and forth. But that time, it didn't go away. It stayed, and after she suddenly stopped struggling, Helen burst into tears. I promised that I'd get her help, and I did, although it wasn't until uniformed officers turned up that I learned that I had 3 deep scratches on my face running away from my right eye. Helen was taken away first, then Melissa, and then after that I went back to the office to contact Melissa's mom and close the case. Helen was charged with assault on a police officer and preventing the lawful burial of a dead body. She pled guilty to both charges and received a very lenient suspended sentence due to her fragile state of mind at the time of the incident. Helen later wrote to me, apologizing for what had happened, and offered my complete and unreserved forgiveness. Wait, how did the fucking friend die? Do we know how the friend died? Guys, do we know? Do we know? US still has GameStop as of this time. I found a GameStop by Robinson Mall in Pennsylvania last weekend. Oh, nice, dude. Well, I guess they kind of need it so they can keep shorting those stocks or whatever the fuck they're doing all the time. Must have been the wind. Helen later wrote to me, apologizing for what happened. I offered my complete and unreserved forgiveness and told her that it was all part of the job. I didn't join the NCA because it'd be an easy ride. I joined because it meant doing difficult things to help people through the hardest and darkest of times. Toys R Us is also back. Let's go, baby. Ever since I was young, I always wanted to be on one of those, shows where you can just run through the toy store and throw shit into your big cart. I remember saying, I would go wait for the gaming systems. I would go wait for the gaming systems. Because can you imagine how much you would have gotten on eBay for that shit? Can you fucking imagine? Guys, can I go make some tea real quick? Just a spot of tea. We got 2 more stories. They're gonna be some quickies. They're gonna be quick ones. Real quick. Quick-witted. Alright. BRB. Be nice to each other. Okay? Guys, I have some news. I just got off the phone with the CIA, and they have informed me that the real population of China right now is only 455 million people. They've been lying to us. Do you know what that means? That means we better get to fucking. No, I'm sorry, I don't know. Anyways, we got 2 more stories about cops or something. It's giving Boombaclot. It's giving like a really bad Boombaclotter. I think that's just the number of women they have in their military. Oh, maybe that was it. I forget. Our intelligent agent out there is just not doing great. I've always been curious, though, like how rigorous. Because obviously the United States isn't very rigorous about, like, how hard we protect our information, you know, with, like, you know, spies from other nations or whatever. But I was always kind of like curious, like, I wonder how rigorous China is in how they spot whether or not someone is like passing information over to the United States. How's my tea? It's good. It's a bit of cocoa. It's a little bit of cocoa tea. What's my favorite GTA? I mean, the ones that I had like the craziest sort of experience, the one I played the most I think was Grand Theft Auto Vice City back in the day. But I remember playing Grand Theft Auto 3 and over again, but I didn't have a memory card, so I did just have to like restart. It was so embarrassing. I could never make it past certain areas because I just had to restart the whole process over every time I played. But I only rented it during that period of time. But yeah, San Andreas was crazy. It just had like everything. But obviously, Grand Theft Auto 5 was a marvel of a game, and I guess it technically still is. But who knows what we got going on for GTA 6? Did you guys ever play Chinatown Wars, which was like the top-down one? Ever play Burnout Paradise? Yeah, I love Burnout Paradise. I guess, going from Burnout 3. I remember when Burnout 3 came out on like the PS2 or whatever. That was pretty wild. Just like the level of detail and the crashing. There's this one game that has like still some pretty amazing crash physics in it after all this time. Mainly because no one else has like topped it, I suppose, or even tried it. It's called Beam NG. It's like the worst name ever for like a game that's just like a car crash simulator, but I really wish that level of physics or whatever be transferred to a Burnout style game. And why that doesn't exist at this point, I have no clue. You realize you're delayed. Oh, okay. Maybe you gotta restart. Oh, you did play Chinatown Wars. Nice. With the cars that had purple lights underneath. Oh, okay. Nice. Yeah. I was always curious if that one was just really fun or not, because I never really got to properly try it. Did I play the first GTA 2? Or the first 2 GTAs? No. On like the PlayStation 1, I did not. But I know that that's kind of like what Chinatown Wars was sort of based off, which is pretty cool. Do I do in the 911 calls? No, you're thinking of Urmaker. Urmaker. Also, Pradeep is over there digging around in his shit box. Can you hear him? Carmageddon, max damage, best collisions. Wait, you're a gamer though, Jackie Chan. Have you not played Beam NG? I'm gonna look up Carmageddon though. Max damage. Let me see if I remember this one. Oops. Oh. Carmageddon. A don't really recall it, but oh, wait, there's something going on with the stream. He's digging for some nugs, yeah. Carbon Man might be a bit too old for you. That was a popular, and it looks, even looking at some of the screenshots, it looks, is that like back on the original Xbox? Or PS4? Oh. Okay, yeah, I feel like I missed that whole PS4 era outside of just playing like Red Dead 2. Oh, pre-PS1 days. Interesting. Alright, anyways, we got 2 more stories, friends and friendettes. In my entire career as a police officer, one of the most haunting things I ever witnessed started as a very basic welfare check. I was out in my squad car when a call came over the radio saying some sweet old lady hadn't been seen for a while, and so I volunteered myself to check out the address in question and then drove over and parked outside. No one came to the door when I rang the doorbell, and then since there was a heck of a lot of post piling up... No one had come to the door when I rang the doorbell, and since there was a heck of a lot of mail piling up outside the... No one came to the door when I rang the doorbell, and then, since there was a heck of a lot of mail piling up inside the contained porch area, I knew that I'd have to force entry to ensure that this woman was okay. Now, I wasn't expecting anything as such, because as a cop you learn to expect the unexpected. I'd performed an almost identical welfare check. Jesus, I'm like developing a speech impediment. My life was shaped by my scene in Diva Girls Online and Polly Pockets Online. Hell yeah, dude. Anyone used to play Dark Stalkers? Dark Stalkers? No, I haven't heard of that. Your voice makes me feel like moss growing upon a headstone. Slow and methodical. We'll get there when we get there. Do you like Mortal Kombat or Tekken, Street Fighter? I guess I like Mortal Kombat more. I can't honestly say that I understand the differences between them as I haven't played them, but I have the most time with Mortal Kombat. There's something oddly like comforting in like Mortal Kombat as far as like the crypt. Do you guys remember like the crypt in Mortal Kombat? You would just go in there and you just like do things and then unlock stuff from the crypt. I don't know, it would just give you all sorts of like random stuff. Some of it would be like behind the scenes cutscenes, and I kind of love that. I loved when you would like, when you were younger and you had like, whether it was on Xbox or some of the older systems, but you play a game so much that eventually you just like unlock like the documentary shit of like to make a game, and it was almost like, you know, getting to see behind the veil and connect with the developers was just like such a interesting little thing. Mortal Kombat is all about the gore and pushing the envelope in the fighting games. Yeah, I don't know if they've no, they definitely haven't toned it back, but I also love watching those like 1-hour compilations of like all the fatalities just to see what new shit they come up with. It's gotta be tough, like, how the fuck do you even like think of anything after a while? How do we kill someone next? PS4 is awesome. There's a lot of indie games from the Steam that made it onto hard copy, like Omori, a must-play with Bomb Rush, Cyberpunk, and Hogwarts Legacy. Nice, dude. Mortal Kombat Armageddon was my childhood. Yeah, that's the one that just like had everything, right? Like, there was one version of Mortal Kombat that just seemed to have like everything packed into one game. It had like all these mini games. It had like a RPG single-player thing. Like I forget which one that was, but it was crazy how much shit was in that. I performed an almost identical welfare check on a lady whose hearing aid had run out of battery. I almost scared her half to death when I just sort of appeared there in her kitchen all of a sudden. But bottom line, she was okay, and the lady on this occasion, however, was not. I managed to break the lock on the double doors around the back of her house, and then I was in. And right away, I was greeted by the smell of death. It wasn't strong, which suggested the lady that I was looking for hadn't been dead for very long, but when I found her, her general condition confirmed this. But what I also noticed was that her arms and hands appeared to be in a much more enhanced state of decomposition. There were lard. There was lard. What's up, Queef Sweat? How you doing? You love me? I love you too. 56 to 58, depending on the version. Wii version had the full roster. That's crazy. Guys, yeah, see, I kind of love that in those games when they just, like, go balls to the wall. You help me sleep so much I'm indebted. You owe me nothing, just keep watching. No, but thank you for watching. Appreciate you. But what I also noticed was that her arms and hands appeared to be in a much more enhanced state of decomposition. There were large patches of skin and flesh missing from them, mostly in circular patterns, while the skin on her face and legs were dry and waxy but mostly undegraded. Oh my god, Pradeep's digging in his shitbox again. 1 second. Let's let him poop. Highly recommend to any MK sicko. Spyro is awesome, but my fave was Ratchet and Clank. Dude, I know. I feel like we haven't... Well, you know what? I still haven't played Astrobot on the PS5, because I don't have a PS5. I know I could get one, but it kind of seems like a waste to just, like, buy a PlayStation 5 and then what? Just play one game? I guess that's what some people did. The newest Astrobot is so beautiful. You would do it? Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Maybe I could, if I buy it and then I don't play it. Well, what other games are on the PlayStation 5 that are, like, really good? Best PS5 games. We got, let's see. So we got Elden Ring, God of War, Ragnarok, Astrobot. We'll play that. Ghost of Tsushima, Horizon Forbidden West. I feel like that one got kind of overlooked, sadly. I feel like, I don't know. Returnal, Marvel's Spider-Man 2, God of War, Ratchet & Clank Rift Apart. Was that fun? Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, Claire Obscura Expedition 33, Baldur's Gate 3, Gran Turismo 7, Cyberpunk 2077, Alan Wake 2. Oh, bro, did you guys see that Xbox has already announced that they have a new gaming system coming out in 2027? And it was exactly what we talked about, how they're trying to do like a hybrid PC/Xbox. But guess how much they're already like discussing like charging for this PC Xbox hybrid. Take a freaking guess. I'll just say it's $1,200. Like, if this is supposed to be like the entry-level process for like gamers to get into like PCs, when you know for a fact you're not going to be like able to like update it or anything, and you know it's going to be like low-end PC shit. I know it's cheap, but it's like, think about it. Like, you're trying to transition people out of the fucking Xbox world, and you're mass producing what presumably is a PC. Like, how do you come up with a $1,200 price point? I don't know. It just seems like I would understand, you know, 'cause since most consoles are like $500, I would understand $800. I would actually understand $800 if you like promise the people that like, well, there's going to be a lot of room for augmentation and updates and all this kind of stuff. It just, I don't know. It's basically just a pre-built PC like we used to get. Yeah, and you could just do that yourself. You could probably do a lot with $1,200 just by yourself, building it with a friend or some shit, you know? Maybe not that as far. I don't know. Maybe that's their only, maybe who knows? Maybe I'm completely off base, and to get what they want to get with it, $1,200 is actually quite agreeable. You can build a good PC for less than wait for the Steam. Yeah, exactly. But yeah, I mean, the gaming computers are kind of insane. I don't know. I'm curious what the specs are going to be. Do I like PlayStation or Xbox or Nintendo more, Joel? I just like games, like game systems that have exclusives. So like obviously PlayStation 5 has some pretty cool exclusives. Nintendo has some decent ones. They've kind of gone downhill over time. Xbox, I don't know what Xbox has had exclusively for a while, and I know we're slowly getting to that point where there's a lot of cross-platform play, which is great, and there's a lot of like games you can just like, I don't know. It seems like the exclusivity stuff is kind of like going out the window. How much would it cost to build a PC? We're just gonna look this up so we get some specifics so I don't sound like a Jorkington. I believe in exclusion, yeah. But I don't know, I believe in the realm of like competition. And if like suddenly there's like no competition between these systems because everyone's just kind of building their own PC thing, well, that's still competition, right? It's just like now you have access to the software universally. But maybe not too, because then they would probably have Game Pass, which then allows you access to the software for even cheaper. I don't know. We'll figure it out as we get there. May the best value win. What's your thoughts on Halo coming to PlayStation? Is it just the Halo Combat Evolved like remake or whatever, or is it just all of Halo in general? Because I'll be honest with you, I'm kind of checked out with Halo since Infinite. Infinite didn't suck per se, but it was not like, I don't know, I just didn't care. I just really, really didn't care that much, and I didn't stick with it. I don't know exactly what would have kept me in it more. It's not even the Master Chief Collection. It's just Halo 1. Yeah, exactly. It really just seems like a tech demo. It just seems like an over elongated... Like, also, what the fuck? Like, who was working on that? Was it 4343... Or was it 343 Studios working on the Halo 1 remake on the Unreal 5 engine? Why does everything have to be on the fucking Unreal 5 engine? I mean, I guess it's good, but I don't know. Well, whatever. I've been playing a blast playing Arc Raiders, I'll tell you that. Yeah, it's awesome. It's so good. Well, it's good and it's very frustrating, but I would say in a weird way, maybe that's what you want from people. You want them to have highs and lows of emotions so they get addicted to your shit. That's what you do when you get a girlfriend. You make her feel terrible, and then you make her feel really good. And you go back and forth till she can't get away. I'm kidding. All right, let's look up what is the cost of the new Xbox PC hybrid coming out in 2027. Unreal is good, but the frames are inconsistent. Wouldn't that always be specific to the game, or is it just always specific to the engine? The device is reported to be aimed for 2027 release and described as more of a PC and a TV shell rather than a traditional console. Speculation on forums suggests an MSRP of around, $750. Dude, maybe I had a dream. Maybe I had a dream about the $1,200. Maybe I made that up in my fucking head. A recent analysis states price, specs, features, and developer support are for now unknown. How long ago was that? That was from March 25. How about now? November 2025. Excuse me. Reports indicate the device may blur the line between console and gaming PC, a PC hybrid style device, meaning higher performance, likely higher cost. Leaked estimates MSRP 800 to 1200 range. Okay, so, well, look at that. They're probably going to have all sorts of options for you from 800 to 1200. Who knows? Maybe this is actually perfect. Dude, this might be they might be the pioneers here, guys. This might be it. Imagine that. Like Steam sales. People on consoles are finally going to get to have Steam sales, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like that shit, you get like shit for like $1. Like the one of the best like indie games of the year, the previous year, you get for like free in a bundle. I don't know. That shit's awesome. How much did I say? I think it might be between 800 to 1200. And it's probably because there's going to be all sorts of configurations and options and whatever. I mean, if you can like soup it up yourself, man, that would be dope. Because at that point, you would never need a new Xbox per se. You just keep. Well, I'm sure they'll find a way. There's always going to be something. And well, especially if they're Microsoft. Dude, I mean, if you think about the current Windows 11 bullshit, that in and of itself is all planned obsolescence because your stupid fucking motherboard doesn't have a TPM2 to prepare for like AI fucking surveillance takeover or whatever. So that's all they have to do is the planned obsolescence with like various motherboards or like certain updates with Windows 11. You know what I mean? Like they're going to, on the same timeline, maybe even less, probably get you to spend that $800 again and again and again or whatever. What'd you say about my motherboard? If other game storefronts are on the consoles, then they may solve some of the problems with those fronts already. If other game storefronts are on the consoles, then they may solve some... Yeah, that's... Yep. Your computer's obsolete. I know, isn't it bullshit? Like, you can... Like, because you can extend your security things, but... You know for a fact that right now, like, Microsoft is just, like, cooking up in a lab, like, a complete... You know... So either like a story or like an actual like surveillance breach on like anybody that still has Windows 10. We urge you to get, or like they're going to say, we urge you because we won't be able to protect you from the Russians or the Iranians, or, you know, they're just going to fucking say something to like fear you into like spending $1,002 on some gay bullshit. How much is my PC? Well, let's see. Run DX Diag. Let's see here. Let's display. Okay. Can I? How do I copy the fucking save all information? Wait. Oops. Oh, wait. Let me actually go here to my desktop. DX Diag. Copy, paste. We're just going to ask AI. AI is just going to do everything for us. We're just never going to think again, and I'm okay with that. I'm honestly okay just handing over my brain. Can you calculate what this PC is worth with this information and a TI? I don't even know what the hell was my fucking... Sorry guys. Boinky. Okay, and then display, because my graphics card isn't really that new. It's an NVIDIA GeForce GTX 1080 Ti. So that's, I'll be honest with you, the 1080 Ti is old as fuck. NVIDIA 1080 Ti. You had a 1080 Ti for so long. Yeah, I don't know, it's 9 years old. I have the same one. Yeah, it's a good card. I don't know. I mean, I'm still playing like Arc Raiders on like high. Oh, it says my message is too long. Fuck AI. I can't do anything right. Wait a second. Actually, cancel that. It's doing everything perfect. Holy shit, that's a long ass message. Okay, maybe I did type too much. You know what? Fuck it, dude. Anyways, it's a couple grand, guys. That's how much it costs to make a fucking PC. Microsoft is just really out of touch with people, in my opinion. The gaming industry shows that. I love to be proven wrong, but listening to the higher-ups makes me so disappointed. Well, yeah, what was that one game? It was like about like vampires and like teaming up, like Left 4 Dead, and it's called like Red Dawn or something stupid. And it's just like those kinds of like flagship games where they don't even try to like push the bounds as far as graphics go anymore. It's, yeah, Redfall. Would I spend $10K on a PC? Honestly, probably, since it's like kind of my job to have like the best shit and like reliable shit that renders things like really fast. Red Note. What's Red Note? But yeah, I don't know, like Microsoft, like the games they've made, like, I mean, Sea of Thieves is good, but it's like, is that their strategy? Like, they're just gonna we'll go buy Sea of Thieves, we'll go buy fucking Minecraft, we'll go buy, I mean, have they bought Roblox yet? Are they just gonna like buy every game and just absorb it into its like portfolio and then hope for the best? I wonder if, like, that'd be crazy to find out that like Minecraft just like carries them. You know, we're gonna investigate which area makes Microsoft, probably the software, right? The fucking operating system, the most money. It's like forced upon everybody. Let's see. Microsoft reports its business under 3 broad segments. Intelligent cloud. This includes server products, cloud services, Microsoft Azure, Windows Server, GitHub. Productivity and business processes, including Office, Commercial, and Consumer, Microsoft 365, LinkedIn, Dynamics. Dude, they own LinkedIn. That's kind of crazy. And GitHub. More personal computing includes Windows, OEM, service devices, gaming, Xbox, search, and verse. Which one makes the most money? The largest revenue-generating segment is Intelligent Cloud. Wow. So all your data is what makes them the most money. Isn't that interesting? In FY 2023, Intelligent Cloud generated $87.9 billion in revenue. Other segments, productivity and business processes, $69.3, more personal computing, $57.7 billion in the year. More recent data shows that server products and tools, part of cloud servers, represented 34.9% of revenue. Why is the top segment? The shift to cloud computing, many businesses are moving workloads off premises and using... Oh my god. Maybe that's what they do. Maybe that's what they do with their fucking gaming PCs. You know, their new Xbox PC is going to be... You stream the games. Why is that not what they're doing? Is it too slow? Does everyone's internet just suck too much? But like, you literally just like stream the games to your TV using a very simplistic... maybe it would be too damn slow. You just like don't have good enough internet, and that's something they can't force on the consumer. Why does cloud services make so much money? After being in the chat for about a year, I have to confess I don't like wearing socks. I would just take the butter. Put it in my bacon. Would you ever cook bacon with butter? Streaming games sucks, does it? I wasn't sure. Like, maybe if you had a bunch of supercomputers on some servers somewhere, if it would just be like seamless, that would be kind of sick. But I guess I can't imagine you would always... I don't know. Can Microsoft invest in some like sick ass internet infrastructure, please? Just bury it in the ground somewhere. Or maybe just satellites. Really, really good ass satellite internet that's... I don't know, is the Elon Musk internet any good? Alright, sorry, anyways. Instead of selling $200 copy of Windows or Office once, Microsoft now sells Microsoft 365 and Azure Access monthly. That means predictable, compound revenue every month. Millions of businesses keep paying. These contracts are often multi-year, which stabilizes cash flow and boosts valuation because investors love recurring income. The infrastructure, servers, electricity, maintenance is fixable and scalable. Every new customer increases profit margins because the main costs are already paid for. In short, huge upfront investment, enormous long-term profit potential. Thousands of firms run their websites, databases, AI tools, and security systems through Azure. These businesses cannot easily switch providers once they've integrated Microsoft ecosystem, a concept known as vendor lock-in that gives Microsoft leverage to raise prices or bundle more products. Azure connects to Office 365, Teams, Windows, servers, Dynamics, GitHub, and even... Yeah, blah, blah, blah. You get the idea. All they like to invest in is expensive prices and controllers. Are their controllers sick? I don't play on. I play solo offline. I guess I'm old school. No, that's fair. I mean, single player games are where it's at. It's so much better. There were large patches of skin and flesh missing from them, mostly in circular patterns, while the skin on her face and legs were dry and waxy but mostly undegraded. I looked around the room for any clue as to why this was the case. For example, if there were any hazardous chemicals or biohazards that might account for the strange rate of decomposition, but there was nothing. And aside from the corpse lying in the middle of it, the room looked totally unremarkable. I radioed in the body, then got an almost instant response to say support was inbound. But literally seconds after I acknowledged, I heard this soft mewling sound coming from what sounded like the second floor. I turned in time to see a black cat walking into the room. It stopped when it saw me and sat still looking at me for a second. My heart sank when I saw it, and I remember saying something like, "Hey buddy, I'm real sorry about your mom." And it was a dumb thing to say, I know, but it was almost like more for me than the cat. I still hadn't put two and two together, and yet I didn't want to scare the cat at all in case it tried attacking me, as cats are worse than dogs for that sometimes for sure, and so I gave it a wide berth as I made my way back towards the back doors. But when I got there, and I looked back at the cat one last time, I saw it walking over towards the corpse of its owner, and then everything finally made sense. I remember just thinking, or sort of staring for a couple of seconds and thinking, oh God, please no, please don't let it be the cat. But it was. And as to dispel any reasonable doubt that I had left, the cat stopped, sat itself down, and then just started chewing and tearing at the skin of its owner's arm. I didn't entirely see it. The cat had its back to me and... Okay. What do you think about Xbox controllers versus PS5? Oh, man, I definitely like the Xbox ones more. I mean, I literally still have a plug-and-play Xbox 360 one that I got when I first got a PC. It's just something about it. It's like clearly, I mean, what's the year? It's like literally probably 15 years old. It's probably 15 years old, this controller. It's plugged in right now. It still works. The green light's on it. It just makes sense. And, but the PS5 controllers, I don't know, they seem bulky. Kind of bulky, kind of not as ergonomical as I'd like. Let's see the current Xbox. I hate that name too, Xbox Series X. Like, that's just such a fucking stupid name for a console. They should have just kept, like, doing 360s and 540s and 720s and all that kind of shit. Should have just kept going. Should have kept doing spins. Alright, the cat ate the lady's face. That's awesome. Wouldn't the cat start with the eyeballs, though? I didn't entirely see it. The cat had its back to me, but I heard it. And that was enough to send me out the back doors and back towards my squad car. I'd heard a lot of rumors about pets eating their owners following sudden and unexpected deaths, but I'd never seen it for myself until then. I only ever saw it the one time too, but it's something that I'll never, ever forget. Talking about video games turns me into the Hulk. The Hulk. The Jolk. Alright guys, we made it to the end. Can you believe it? Christmas is almost here. When's Thanksgiving again? The last Thursday in... Is it the 27th? I remember the first time one of those things vibrated in my hand. I definitely up close and personally jump scare. What, a controller? Or a cat? Or a Hulk? Thanksgiving's tomorrow? Fuck! It's gonna be your end-of-life plan. Why spend thousands on funeral arrangements when you can feed some feral cats? Yeah, I was thinking about that. Like, they always, like, charge you. The government's gotta charge you to dispose of the body, to, like, bury the body, to, you know, cost, like, 10 grand or whatever. Just throw me in the trash. Just feed me to Pradeep. We already celebrated Thanksgiving? Don't you love when people tell you they don't celebrate a holiday? They're always so fucking smug about it. We're actually never happy. We don't celebrate that holiday. We just sit and stare at the fucking beige wall. That's what we do. That's a pagan holiday. We don't do that. We celebrate fucking Cardboard Day. Where you sit and you just crawl around in boxes like a little manimal. Okuyasu Nijamura with the 2 says, Joy, I love you. Also, Orodator Badlands is rad as oh, wait. What was it? Badlands? Oh, Predator Badlands. Right. That's sweet. I forgot that was out. Was it good? I remember people were pissed because they gave the fucking Predator like a side shave. Now, granted, I guess we haven't seen a Predator to that point who's female or something. But they gave her like a weird side shave, and they're pretending like her Predator hair is like dreads. It's not dreads. That's like alien appendages hanging off, and they're just like, yeah, you just shave them off. Just cut off your fucking ears. It looks cool. You actually left Christianity so I wouldn't have to celebrate Christmas anymore. It's been such a lie my whole life. What? Christmas is fucking sick. You don't even have to like believe in Jesus to like sitting on Santa's lap. Like me. Alright guys, can you think of something funny for me to say at the end of this video with our outro? It'd be such a big help. Christmas is only good if you like your family. Oh, that's a good point too. I forgot about that part. Santa or Satan? You decide. Hey friends, thanks for listening. Click that notification bell to be alerted of all future narrations. Fell asleep in insomnia. Said, oh no, but an optimist in me said, Joel's incredible voice amazing in the chat. Call me back, cause yeah, fuck insomnia. Oh hey, no worries. At first I saw you like spamming, so I was like, oh shit, someone's mad. Okay, also need you more with the 2 says, and remember, faces are best eaten medium rare. That's a good one. Hey, that's a good one. Hey friends, thanks for listening. Click that notification bell to be alerted of all future narrations. I release new videos every Monday and Thursday at 9 p.m. Eastern Time, and there are super fun live streams every Sunday and Wednesday nights. If you got a story, be sure to submit them over at my email, letsreadsubmissions@gmail.com, and you might even hear your story featured on the next video. And if you want to support me even more, grab early access to all future narrations and bonus content over on Patreon, or click that big join button to hear about the extra perks for members of this YouTube channel. And check out the Let's Read podcast, where you can hear all of these stories in big compilations, located anywhere you listen to podcasts. And I also have a true crime channel called Saturn Soul. All links are down in the description below. Thanks so much, friends. And remember, faces are best eaten medium rare. Also, you know what? I have to record a thing too real quick, is the promo for Saturn Soul's newest video, which if you guys haven't subscribed to my YouTube channel, Saturn Soul, fucking do it or I'll beat you with a bat. Just kidding. I'm not gonna hurt anybody. Saturnized Soul. What do you guys think about this title? Japan almost faced a mass killing spree by this man. And then it kind of like shows the picture and it's like, Japanese Joker? Or something on the thumbnail. Well, I have 2 channels. Well, these ones on the other channel are like edited videos and stuff for the true crime. The Kyoto Hattori case. Alright, I'm going to read it out loud, right? The Kyoto Hattori case centers on a shocking attack that unfolded in Tokyo on Halloween night. turning what should have been a night of celebration into chaos and fear. Dressed in a costume that eerily mirrored a comic book villain, Hattori's actions stunned the nation and raised unsettling questions about motive, isolation, and the darkness that can hide behind an ordinary smile. Listen to the full story over my true crime channel, Saturn Soul, link down below. Alright. Racist? Dude, it's so hard. It's like everything I do is just racist. Just born to race. Just born to race assist. Okay. Oh wait, yeah, how do I say that? I gotta see how to say this one. Kyoto Hattori. Anybody familiar with old Kyoto? Kyoto Hattori. Yokoyasu Nujimura with the twos. Racist? Yeah, fast cars are cool as shit. Thank you. Been saying that for years. Alright, let me ask ChatGPT how to say this in Japanese. How to spell Hattori in... Wait. Sorry. I want to hear somebody say it so I don't fudge it up, even though Kyoto Hattori. Japanese is usually pretty straightforward with the phonetic spellings in the English letters. Kyoto Hattori. Copy poop? Another poop joke for the world. How to spell in Japanese. Kyoto Hattori. Okay, nice. Surname, literally clothing, masculine. Okay, so here it is right here. We're gonna put that into 4 votes. Maybe somebody from Japan has already recorded it for us. They have not, so we're fucked. That's alright. Kyoto Hattori. Alright, whatever. We're gonna say it like a straight weeaboob. The Kyoto Hattori case centers on a shocking attack that unfolded in Tokyo on Halloween night, turning what should have been a night of celebration into chaos and fear. Dressed in a costume that eerily mirrored a comic book villain, Hattori's actions stunned the nation and raised unsettling questions about motive, isolation, and the darkness that can hide behind an ordinary smile. Check out the full story over on my true crime channel, Saturn Soul, link down below. Alright, cool, we got it. Guys, thanks for hanging out tonight. Appreciate you. Joel, I thought of a joke. You know when people say something controversial, just rage bait you? You could call them the master of bait, the masturbators. Dude, write that down. We need that. That's going to be our defense against the woke left. We will defeat them one way or another by showing them that they just make us giggle. They're just making us have a bit of a giggle. We don't even care anymore. They can masturbate on us all they want. We don't even give a hoot. Alright. Guys. Thanks for being here. Love you, appreciate you. What are you going to do tonight? What are you guys up to? I'll be back streaming on Wednesday night. Typical late time, 10 p.m.-ish. But I'll keep you posted when I go live on Instagram at letsread.official. But I'll have this up over on Patreon first, early access. It's only $1 a month over there for that. And then I'll get it up on YouTube, same time, same place, 9 p.m. EST, every Monday and Thursday release schedule. Be sure to go follow the podcast, Let's Read Podcast, anywhere you listen to podcasts. And yeah, thank you guys again. Be nice to each other. Understand that it will get better, but you're the one that needs to make it so. Frank Faulkner welcome to the Buttersalt Cult. You now have access to bonus content. Thank you. Love you. Appreciate y'all. Goodbye.